Only rain to the.
Yes.
There.
Is you
Okay, good morning, everyone, and it's great to see you. I'm going to call our goal setting meeting to order beginning with introductions. Ms. Ann Oshler, Chair of the Board.
Nancy Wise, Commissioner, Vice Chair.
Pat Mullen, Commissioner.
Rachel McEnany, County Administrator.
Gary Stockow, Public Works. Paul Walsinger, Facilities. Joe Larson, IT.
Adam Lawrence, IT.
Rick Craig, Chief Financial Officer. Thank you. And we are joined by staff. Mark White.
Makepeace, reporter. Warren Michalski, Board of Commissioners.
Thank you. Are there any announcements? I would just say we had a good trip to Washington, DC. The weather was compliant. We got a little bit of snow, but it didn't stick. And got to watch all of the forecasts of what in New York City, and very grateful we weren't a little further north. In terms of the agenda, we do not need an executive session today, so we will not have that session at the end of our open session. And I do not know of any other changes. Anything else? Okay, then we will consider the agenda approved and we will move directly into the facilities.
Oh, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Walsinger.
Well, good job. Nice report, short.
Yeah, well, hey, first of all, I'd like to say how nice it is to finally be back. We used to do these facilities reports quite regularly, and COVID and, a laundry list of other things have gotten in the way. Facilities is busy. We're busy. We're all over the place. And with the addition of new assets and changes in our facility structure, that busy is only becoming busier as we go. So today I got just a real quick overview of our current assets, where we're at currently with our capital projects, some projects we've already finished this year, and some other things that we sort of, or at least currently have in the queue. But of course, that's always, very fluid. Our work schedule tends to be, hits us, by the day, not necessarily by the month or hour. So
If I could take a second here, as of about 9:30 yesterday morning, we're now the proud owners of 4185 Research Way.
And my hand is sore.
Sacrifice.
And, I know that behavioral health and the folks are very happy about that, but to Paul, there's another chapter coming as we get through and hopefully get funding through the state and get it ready for them to occupy but that was a big list. So thanks to everybody that made that happen, because I think it really did answer a huge need for our health folks. So.
And the location is great.
Yes, we've also had a suggestion that we need to rename Research Way into
Yes.
something else.
Metro
Yeah.
County Way.
All right, we'll just start with, assets.
Malcolm's on.
No, man, can you just click for me? And then one more, please. For facilities, we tend to group our assets into a couple of groups. The first one is our downtown corridor, which is the Humphrey Hoyer Building, the law enforcement building, Cascade Apartments, courthouse, the jail, the sheriff's annex, the previous BOC office, our records annex, and then the upcoming crisis center that's moving forward. Next is our Research Way group, which is Sunset Building, the new 4185, of course, we just closed on yesterday, and the Calapooya Building. Then we have our Health Services Building, which is a Health Services Building on 27th, the Monroe Clinic, the Lincoln Clinic, and the Alsea Clinic, all loaded into that. Then sort of a couple of our outliers, which is the fairgrounds. There's a small road lot outside of Alsea that we own. It's got a small house, a small pole barn on it. It's used by the Alsea Gleaners right now. And then, of course, the upcoming courthouse. And I didn't even put the new EOC on there. So that as well, I even missed one in all of that. So that's our asset load for facilities in a nutshell.
I have a question. What do you mean when you say the sheriff's annex?
That they renamed the old BOC office. They branded it themselves into the sheriff's annex.
I get it. Okay, thank you. And another question about Humphrey Hoyer. We own that entire side of the block, correct, including where ProPrint is located?
Yes, ma'am. It's actually two buildings. It's the Humphrey Building, which is what's now the crisis team and the transition center. And then the Hoyer side, which is ProPrint and the gym for the law enforcement building.
So it's fair to say 20 county-owned assets.
I think that's
I counted.
a very fair count, yeah.
And how large is your staff right now?
We're 5 maintenance technicians and 6 custodians.
Okay.
And then that's all right now we're on a dispatch service for work orders. The work order system that we put in place 2 years ago is now running strong. And I got some numbers on that later on in the presentation. Thank you, Maura. Capital projects. We got a pretty big run of capital projects this year. The blast wall system for the Avery complex, actually Gary's on top of that one. We've already got all the engineering in place for it, or the availability for engineering. We're just sort of waiting for the green light to progress forward with that one. The storage barn, the truck barn, this is really siding for them. It's the metal siding is literally ready to fall off the buildings. I haven't even started on that one yet. The LED upgrade, we've already purchased all of the LEDs. We're in the install phase of that right now. We're about 50-60% through that install phase. We have most of the facilities done already. Bike lockers have been purchased. We're actually assembling those today. And then as soon as we get a little bit of nice weather, we're going to start installing those as well. And that's going to include taking out the bike enclosure that's in the south lot where you all park.
So where will those bike lockers go?
There'll be two out there where that existing one was, and there'll be 2 here on the porch. We're going to put 2 at the Sunset Building now for sure. I've been asked to reserve at the, down for the courthouse and the LED for the time being, but we're going to hold a few for the new courthouse, one for the new crisis center. And then distribute as necessary from there. So I managed to, I think I picked up 17 of them for the budget that we had.
Thank you.
The courthouse roof, the RFP is out on the street right now. Bids are due on the 20th, and we should have that awarded by the end of the month. The courthouse carpet replace, all of the bid documents are done for that. I'm just waiting until I make sure I got this courthouse roof project wrapped up before I start jumping forward on a bunch of other stuff. The annex HVAC replacement is long overdue, is finally completed. The boiler for that facility was on its last boiler permit we were ever gonna get for it. And so we managed to squeak out of that one. We replaced 4 rooftop units for the health services building. Now all of their environmental controls are reasonably up to date, and that facility is in good shape. We have a roof replacement project for the Humphrey Hoyer building, which is again long overdue. All of the bid documents are finished for that, and we did a pre-price bid check just to make sure we were in the neighborhood, and that came back okay as well. We have a painting project for Humphrey Hoyer. I'm holding that for a little later in the spring, going into summer. We have upgrades for transition housing. We're gonna do that along with the Humphrey Hoyer upgrades. We have a project to put security bollards in the front here at Calapooia, so nobody can get mad at us and drive through the front door. That and a zero cut curb. The bid documents are completed for that, and we're gonna shoot for a late fall completion on that project.
I have a question there too. There was some discussion, wasn't there, about changing the entranceway so that it was double doored?
There was a requested project for a vestibule for the front, which it really is an energy savings device, because every time we open that door, you know, the north wind and, you know, much of Pedro's grin, all of the leaves and everything come in with it, right? So yes, there was a project out there, but I think that one just didn't hit funding this time, or it was on a really far down the line priority. We replaced all of the gutters on the Sunset Building this year, which was a very expensive but a well-needed project. And then we still have money to remodel the restrooms, long overdue, for the Sunset Building. And then we're gonna replace the flooring system on the first floor, and especially in the area of OSU Extension and Dial-A-Bus. They tend to really, those carpets in that area really take a beating, and we can't stay ahead of keeping them clean. So we're gonna replace those with a hard floor solution and get us out of that carpet clean. It's also gonna be a money savings thing on as well.
You question?
Yeah, Paul, I was just curious, back on the courthouse roof replacement, you were saying that did you say you're out to bid now?
Yes.
How are you feeling? I know you've talked a little bit about the challenge with that particular roof. Are you feeling pretty confident that we'll be able to?
Ran the numbers several times, and I used the big side. I kept coming up, we have 350,000 for the project. I kept coming up with around 325, 330,000 numbers on my end, so we're gonna be close.
Okay, I just want to be prepared for your.
Yeah. So cross your fingers and your toes.
Okay,
We'll find out on the 20th where we're gonna land on that one, but we had five bidders show up for the pre-bid meeting, and I'm expecting back at least 4 quotes on the project.
That's excellent. And the other question I have about that is that when we first started looking into that, there was a question of materials and historic nature of the courthouse. Have we been through the Corvallis Historic Resources Commission and all that process already?
Yes, ma'am. We've already been in touch. Here, I brought show and tell. This is one of
The tiles?
this is one of the roof tiles
Yeah.
from the courthouse, one of the historic Victorian roof tiles. And if you look the patent date on that tile,
It's a little out of date.
it's old. 1886 was a long time ago.
Yeah.
And so it looks like that tile was installed in 1887.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that thing's been around.
Which also tells you they don't make it like they used to.
Yeah, that's for
Right,
sure.
and it's also an incredible.
Right, so we have been in touch with the SHPO. The historic preservation arm is ran by the Corvallis Historic Commission. We've been in touch with them as well. We've already applied for an exemption. They have every intention of granting it. We just have to show them the replacement material. The number one evaluated part of this RFP is their ability to do a like for like replacement for this roof. So we have to really do an exact replacement, or we'll be tied up in historic preservation for years to come. So So that's the plan, is to do an exact replacement right now.
So the bidders have to be experienced in dealing with historic resources in order to do this.
Very much so, and really, it's their ability to reproduce this material so that we have a like for like, and that they can present that to the Corvallis Historic Commission and get approval for it.
So it may be a long process, just because we have it accepted, it might take a while.
Yes, I've already, like I said, I've already been in contact with them. They're fully ready to sign off on our exemption right now. They just want to see really the
Yeah.
material shape and the
Yeah.
color is their concern.
I think this, the, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think as the commissioners know, this particular project was one of two that we have tried in the past to get funded through the state, and it came through CIP. Paul, just real quickly, I don't know if you're gonna talk about, but there's other project, was the boiler
Yes.
that I think everybody was concerned about. I think you feel pretty confident that we'll be able to manage our way, but it's probably a future CIP request. Is that accurate?
That's completely accurate. We did some systems upgrades to that boiler. We upgraded the control systems for it. We upgraded the burner system for it. So really the part of it that's concerning is the actual heat exchanger inside of the boiler and then the distribution system actually through the building, which we've also, we put about $8,000-9,000 into that system last year, replaced a lot of steam traps, and did the best we could to get that system back up on the plate. And so we can get a few more years out of it.
Oh, quickly, are we doing any monitoring or from a sustainability standpoint of what type of boiler we want in the future? Also, how inefficient this boiler is as far as, because maybe we can try to parlay some energy credits for it, or maybe a different pot of money than historic preservation, because it's an interior, historic preservation, they don't care that much about how we're heating it, right? As long as it keeps the integrity of the historical building, correct?
Correct. Yeah, that doesn't really apply much to the interior mechanical systems of the building. So pretty much any boiler that we pulled off the shelf today and jammed in there would be 50% more efficient than what's in there.
Right,
So that's pretty clear that we could meet that goal easily.
right. And then, and I know you want to answer the question, but I apologize, but when it comes back to sustainability of the LED upgrade, what is the potential savings of our LED upgrade countywide?
We should see somewhere in the neighborhood of about between 9 and 14% total across the board.
Thank you.
Paul, are you getting a sense from bids on various projects that things have settled out and it's more on most projects anyway, more competitive and that there's some maybe a little slack in the system that wasn't there a year or two ago?
Yes, sir. Actually, the vendor market's starting to look much better right now. With rising interest rates, construction starting to slow down. I'm starting to get a lot more cold calls from vendors looking for work, which is always a good sign for us. In fact, that's why we're going to hold off a couple of these concrete projects until later into the year, because they'll be finished with their school projects and all of their summer projects, and we should get better pricing for those projects if we roll those a little farther into the year, going to next fall.
Yeah, and what I heard Rachel saying is that for the boiler, we should be looking at other kinds of grant types. Because some of it could well be that some of the energy efficiency funding sources might be the way to go to get that boiler replaced. So
Yeah.
I don't think we've looked in that arena for funding, so.
Yeah, because the boiler itself really isn't that bad. It's $160,000 project to replace that boiler. It's the distribution system through the rest of the courthouse that's now, went in 1977. So it's we're not experiencing a lot of system leaks right now. We haven't we're not in sort of patch and repair mode on that system, but it really can't be too far down the road right now. So.
Yeah.
By leak, you mean like water, right? Like the boilers and the pot water. Okay,
Yes.
we definitely don't want any leaks in the courthouse.
No, not at all. And it will start showing its age slowly. It will start getting small leaks, leaking at seams, places where pipes connect. And that's the first sign that we're heading to the end.
Okay.
Can you click me more up to these? So regular projects, Since we started the work order system, now we can track our work orders. So right now, 2023, we completed 621 work orders through facilities. 2024, this was from actually last week at 171. We're probably plus 200 completed work orders right now. We just had a sort of a laundry list of smaller projects that just came off of the board. I average right now, we're averaging about 65 open work orders right now, and we're averaging about 2.5 to 3 weeks for completion on those work orders. So across all of those 20 assets with 5 maintenance technicians, I think those guys they're really getting it done. They're hustling, trying to stay ahead of these work orders.
And I'll say one of the technicians is also devoted to our service districts. So Alsea, Alpine. And so all of his time isn't directed towards facilities. It's directed towards the treatment plant and the water plants.
So some of the just completed projects that we've done of recent, or at least in this biennial year, is repainted all of the trim work at Fleet. We did the Calapooya new sidewalks and handrail project. The Calapooya insect abatement, which I think I'm going to move back into pending projects because the little buggers have already started eating their way back into the building again. And I don't know. I'm working on that one. We put in an electrical submeter for the Rhodes EV. So it's the only electric vehicle we have in the county. So we put in an electrical submeter for that, so we could track exactly how much juice that rig's using. I think that's going to provide us some pretty valuable data later on down the road. We completely rebuilt an apartment at the Cascade Apartments through partnership with behavioral health. This was a single use, has its own entrance, basement, 1-bedroom basement apartment. It's now going to be used by behavioral health as patient transitional housing, and which is great because it has its own entrance, and really a great project, that one. We had a major water failure at the jail. I brought a piece of the pipe with me with the hole in it. We by the time we were all said and done, we found 4 leaks in the hot water system under the slab of the jail. And by the time we were done potholing, bringing in 2 locating services, the whole 9 yards, we were 63 bags of concrete to patch back all of the holes that we had to dig to find these water leaks. So I just wanted to illustrate that as some of the real problems that we're having in the jail. And if you talk about maintenance hours and maintenance work, that took 3 technicians almost 3 weeks to work through this project and to get them fixed, repaired, back online.
How long did that one?
They weren't. We were able to keep them with hot water and with showers the whole time as we were going through this, plugging, patching, or frankly, just letting it leak into the ground until we could find it and
That's a
repair it.
copper pipe,
This is a copper pipe.
and it was replaced with PVC.
No, everything was repaid with copper, but you can see they don't even make copper pipe this good anymore. It's just
Wow.
a product of the age of the courthouse. You can see there was a little piece of slag or a little piece of something that is stuck on the inside of the pipe. And then the electrolysis, as the water flows over it, begins eating away the molecules around it and eventually just chews its own hole. And so the pipe is in remarkably good shape. It's just because of its age, it's starting to come apart. So hopefully we had 4 or 5 of these all at the same time. There was a catalyst for that. There was a huge water surge in the system. Something happened that sort of caused all of these leaks. Hopefully we bought ourselves more time with that one.
And so that was partly City of Corvallis, the water surge.
That's only a wild guess on my part, what actually caused it, but we ended up with 4 water leaks all at the same
Were they
time.
mostly in the Sally Port?
There was 1 in the Sally Port, the rest were under one was in the locker room, and 2 of them were in the kitchen and laundry area.
So, is this gonna be an ongoing, problem? I mean, what percentage of the pipe
Yeah.
did you replace, and, ones that are left are
Mhm.
just as old and vulnerable.
This will for sure be an ongoing issue, and where the next problem is going to erupt, hard saying. But we've already repaired several other water leaks in Wall. Levon Atwood, who's the maintenance technician for the jail, is becoming the pipe whisperer. He's getting pretty good at listening his way around the cinder blocks, figure out where the leak is, and only have to knock one hole in the wall to to get them repaired. But yes, this is going to be ongoing.
Good question.
Yeah.
How many bags of concrete did you say?
It was 63 bags of concrete, because we can't open the doors and pump concrete into the jail. It all has to be repaired that way. So yeah, it was 63 bags of concrete that had to be hauled in, mixed in on site and put into patch back all of the jackhammering that we did. We replaced the sheriff's annex. We did one sort of large HVAC replacement over there. We were just having problems with it. We added a new drain and an overflow to the LEB roof. One of the knockbacks of solar, the new solar array on the roof was driving rainwater away from the main roof drains, and so it was overflowing through the secondary and was pouring from the second floor all the way to the basement level, like a waterfall when we would have a bad downpour. And so we installed a new catchment basin there and a new downspout so that we're taking that giant waterfall off the front of the LEB.
Well, another solution, Paul, would be to call it a water feature.
Yes. Well, that's what I tried to call it, but I don't think the sheriff found that was funny. Let's see, we did a big repaint job over it. We also fixed a roof drain that was leaking down through the main exterior stairway and was causing a lot of problems. We finally got that roof drain repaired, so we repainted out that whole stairwell. That was a few days worth. And then the VOC repair, that was for Commissioner Ozero's heater unit that we've been fighting for almost a year. We finally got that project. I finally checked it off my list and closed it.
Hooray.
Paul, on the LED repairs, it's a shared facility with the city. How does that work? I mean, you're doing the work and it's
It comes out of their operational fund. So per the MOU that we have with the city of Corvallis, we charge them a monthly expected rate for facilities maintenance and operations. And then at the end of the year, we do a true up, or it's a pro rata rate that we charge them every month. So they pay a pro rata rate. And then at the end of the year, we do a true up, and they, if it's more, they pay more. If it's less, then they get a credit going into the following year. Just our pending projects really quick. We're working on the stairwell over at the health services building. We got the bike locker install. We're going to be doing some repairs to the fleet drain system. Developmental disabilities is putting in 2 new workstations, not a really big one. We just have to pull out a wall and realign some electric for them. Well, the Board of Commissioners requested at least 1 new office or 2 new offices. That project's in progress, and Maura and I should have that thing fairly wrapped up here in the next 4 or 5 weeks, I would think. We got some concrete repairs to do at the LEB as well. And so everybody understand, we're doing a lot of work in our downtown corridor. That's probably the area that we have in facilities that needs the most work. So that's where we're applying the most effort right now. The jail, since we dug a huge hole through their floor in their locker room, we're going to replace their flooring with something a lot better than they had in there to start with. We're starting to see where the Monroe Clinic, which is, basically a double wide trailer, some of the flooring, especially flooring in the exam room, just starting to dry out, chip up. It was just old, not really good material to start with. We're going to be doing a repair project for that. We're in the midst of doing some repairs out in Alsea to the sewer system. And then we have a large project for the HVAC system for the new building in 4185. It's a full replacement project. And then, of course, we have the improvements in the transition for that building to take care of as well. We're looking at like an April transition date for them because right now, they still need internet service and all of these other things. We have to do a little bit of interior work to the building, so April.
I have a question about the Monroe Clinic flooring. Is that a pretty small project? Or I guess the reason I ask is we're still hoping, right, that we're getting the $1 million from Val Hoyle for a new building.
If we do, yeah, we're gonna just repair as necessary. And right now, it's really just the exam rooms. They only have 3 of them, so we'd be,
They're
Yeah.
small, yeah.
yeah, we'd be maybe 600 or 700 square feet total on the repair, so pretty small.
Yeah, I think that's a theme throughout most of these downtown facilities. Whether it comes to LEB or Sheriff's Annex or any of these other buildings, we don't know the long-term fate of these buildings. And it's that balancing act, preserving capital asset versus potential sale. So I think that's something that's just on my mind as we look at these lists.
I think that, we're gonna have conversations about restacking, our employees and what use, some of the other employees, other buildings are being used. And that's been a pretty, ongoing conversation that we're having. So we're hoping to possibly work with a consultant to really look at our buildings and that type of work that we do. Also with this, our new generation and more flexible workforce. Does everybody, there is a lot of something called hoteling of office space. For those folks who have a little bit more flexibility in their teleworking policy, do you need to have a designated desk? Or can you share that space with another employee? Because once again, we're a little more mobile, we're a little more agile. Most of our folks have those type of IT assets that have them be able to work remotely. And so that will also factor into it. And again, it's a capacity issue. We have to kind of contract out to that, to have some outside partners to help us really look and think how that looks. And we have to keep talking to our employees about it. So that's going to be also something where, we want them to have as much input on our new facilities, where they're going to work, what they like. And I think that's something we're very committed to doing probably in the next 6 months to try to find the right pot of money to look at and help us figure out where our employees work and how it should span out. Because we have some really exciting new facilities that are going to be built, and I think that's going to be great, but also what makes sense and what really doesn't make sense anymore. We have an annex and we have an old Board of Commissioners building, now Sheriff Annex. And is that, what's it costing us a year to heat it? What is it costing us what are the electrical bills? How many individuals are in it? And is this a time that maybe we could really put it on the market and see a great developer who wants to reimagine that space in the city of Corvallis? So, we have this going on with the courthouse. There's a lot of different buildings that really need to be looked at.
Well, the sheriff's annex, that comes out of their budget now, right?
They're paying
Their
the
pieces, yeah,
square foot
yeah. But
allocation.
that's still county resources.
Yep.
I get what you're saying.
Mhm. And it's expensive.
Yeah.
I've talked to you a while about kind of a update to the 2011 facilities book. Is this information available online? Square footage and what kind of shape it's in and the listing of our facilities?
Yes, sir. I went through and did individual building sheets for every single one of our buildings. I just have to do a couple of small updates, add the new building. I have to do a couple of small updates for this one now that we have it finished. But that's completed. I have a listing of square footages for all of the buildings. So it's just a matter of, how we want to present that out, put it on our facilities website. I'm not really sure.
Does Does that spreadsheet also include relative energy efficiency per building?
No, it doesn't.
That'd be an interesting statistic to have, just so we know, as we're trying to meet our climate goals at the same time.
Yeah,
Well-
and also to note that we are also getting out of our last lease with the new building, right? We only have one lease built.
Yes, we only have one lease
Right.
build, one
So
lease
These are
building.
county-owned assets.
They're all county-owned assets.
Well, on that inventory, it was Zan's question about energy efficiency, at least the old book, said when it was built, and so you can kind of indirectly guess how efficient it is. It seemed like, there'll probably be, you've updated the HVAC, that kind of information would be with the property description.
Yeah, I'd like to see that kind of information just because I'm concerned in terms of our climate goals. So as we increase the square footage dramatically, we are making it harder and harder for to reach our goals. And so just it's always that balance. Yes, they're more efficient buildings, but we still have to think about that as we think about which buildings to keep and which not, as well as the employee needs.
I think having a building monitoring system that we could track, sometimes there's some funding, Rick, on the state to monitor our buildings, to use that piece of data, which I think would really go in line with looking at how we want to look where our employees work and live. Right?
Yeah.
Do that.
Yeah. I mean, we're already tracking to a certain degree, Sean's big giant Uber carbon spreadsheet, so we track energy, water use, natural gas usage, all of those things. And I'll just have to do a little research on exactly what makes a reasonable rubric for an efficiency number for a building. There's plenty of data out there, and I can't be the only one that's taking a stab at that. So I'll do a little research
It
on
could
it.
just be a, 1 through 5 rating, and 5 is the best and 1 is lousy,
Right.
on some sort of scales. Yeah.
Courthouse is a solid one, yes.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Is this the end of your slide deck?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the other question I have is, of course, is the big capital construction projects and where we are with those capital construction projects. And it'd be nice to receive on a regular basis, just a snapshot update of where we are and what the upcoming, next big steps are.
You can provide.
Sure.
And we did talk about that in the meeting with Corey yesterday and getting some web pages updated
That'd be
and
great.
Yeah.
starting to work on how best to capture, the courthouse, DA, EOC, crisis center,
Yes.
those ones that we've got working out
Children
there.
and
And
family.
do the update of the fact info sheet.
And some notion of completion date.
Timeline.
On that
Be careful.
particular.
Fuzzy timelines.
Fuzzy.
Yeah. Well, thank you. This is very helpful. Are there questions for these two? I have one, but you mentioned in terms of staffing, both the custodial and the maintenance techs, about grounds. That's all contract right now?
Yeah, it's 100% contracted. Nate pulls money from the URR pot every year to pay for a contract for the landscaping. So that contract is administered through Nate.
Okay. Yeah, I think they do a pretty darn good job. I've been pleased. The courthouse looks better than it used to. It had gotten kind of raggedy. So, yeah. And staffing, are you pretty stressed? How are?
We're stressed. Yeah, we're probably going to have to bring on at least one short-term duration custodian. And then through the rest to get through the rest of this biennium, we're going to need we're going to probably need 2 more custodians once all the inventory comes on board. And we'll need at least 1 more technician, probably 2 would be in order for maintenance. And that's also going to include, 2 new rigs for, our fleet services and laptops and all the sundries and stuff that go along with those positions. So
Technicians, you're talking, what's their skill set again?
the maintenance technicians, so they're the ones who do all of the building maintenance. So we're basically built out of two components. One is the maintenance side, one is the custodial side.
And we're working with Paul right now and Gary as we bring the new building online. We obviously now have two tenants in our building currently. So we're working with that as well as some of the URR transition that we'll have from our budget with the old 9th Street lease to be able to make sure that Paul gets some additional staff in place. And then, of course, we will work with him to administratively do that and then be able to tie that into the budget development process so that we can fully reevaluate our needs for 25-26.
And that's a question that has come up from constituents in terms of the expenses for all of this expansion. So one of the things that I'd like to be able to answer. And in terms of managing those leases, who does that fall on?
So we're also working with Paul on that. Paul and my team has been coordinating together to create the relationships and communicating with them. We essentially inherit those leases, so we've pulled those in to our own contracting now. And then my team will work from a billing standpoint with Paul to coordinate that on a monthly basis.
Okay.
Appreciate your efforts keeping up with all that we're throwing at you. And I would second the notion that Rachel mentioned earlier about seeing what we've got. Some buildings are full and some of our buildings have room and we're trying to right size that and they're not just offices, they're departments or sub-departments, and so how to keep a group intact if we do move to where there's more space. But I think that's at this point a very worthwhile effort.
I'm curious about the, you said, yes, you guys are stressed. I'm just wondering, is there any sort of feedback that your employees are sharing that would be good for us to know? And maybe you could tell us offline if you need to, or I don't know, I'm just interested in hearing that kind of stuff.
No, I'm the most fortunate guy in Benton County. I get to coach the varsity squad. If I got hit by a bus tomorrow, nothing would change. This team could continue moving forward without us, without blinking an eye. So we have an amazing team of people put in place. I've been fortunate and learned from teams that were not nearly this good. And I know I talk them up and I'm forever sort of singing their praises, but trust me, they earn every single bit of that. They're amazing.
Well, I think it's like, our job when we're just doing everything the right way, people don't complain, but people don't really notice. But when you do something wrong or something breaks, that's when people notice. So I can see how maybe they don't always get the credit or, we don't notice their good work as much because everything is running smoothly. So.
I would suggest maybe putting that pipe in the historical museum and having a display.
Yeah, what's the street like with that? Right. That's right now. Cycle.
Yeah. Another question, you mentioned that in terms of your division, you have basically the custodial and the maintenance techs. But you're also doing a lot of planning and project management. Where does that fit in?
Other duties as assigned. And just so you know, if he got hit by a bus, his crew would go on, but I'd probably have a stroke.
Yeah.
So, that really is, and we just try to balance it out as we go along, and it kind of ebbs and flows a little bit. But that has become at times significant part of what Paul does, and again, he's very, very good at it. But there is only one of him, so
Yeah.
we try to balance it out and help each other out as much as we can on it. So.
Right, but because the maintenance and the custodial staff are so strong, that gives me a little bit of extra time. I'm not having to babysit them all the time. I'm not having to handhold, I'm not having to do, weekly building inspections and all of these things that eat up a lot of time. So it's through that quality of workmanship from the facilities team that allows me the freedom to pick up more of these project managements without. being-
I would also say that a couple years back, we got an admin assigned specifically for Paul and for Laurel. And that's now Amelia Miller, and she has really, really helped with a lot of those things that Laurel or Paul or I had to do before. And it's just Amelia here and she runs with it. And even to the point of helping me process payments for the courthouse
Mhm.
and the DA. So it is really a great group that Paul's assembled up there. So.
Well, speaking of the new courthouse, mentioned relatively recently that we should get a more detailed bid from Hoffman sometime in March. So we have.
I think that's where we're looking towards, that's about the next,
Still into April.
yeah. So, but yeah, we're keep moving it ahead.
And that would give us a pretty good idea what the actual cost of the new courthouse will be.
We're right, still hanging in there with the funds that we have available and being at that level. And again, Hoffman has been great to work with, and they've got a couple trade partners now with their plumbing and their mechanical, electrical. And so we're starting to get numbers that are more refined, and again, a couple great contractors with them. So, all things considered, it's a really great team that we've got pulled together. And of course, they roll right into the EOC as well. And that is moving along too.
And I would just add that, I think, it is right, what we've seen along with the estimates, the last ones were, I think, in December. And they are trending in the right direction. Thank goodness, not good, we were seeing below what we had planned. But at the same time, I think, as we all know, as we've learned with the crisis center, there are things that happen that you don't always expect. So I think we want to just be guarded and cautious.
Yes.
Talking about $85 million.
Cautiously optimistic, yes.
The other thing I want to applaud Hoffman and Gary, the team, and OTAC as well. They have been incredible to work with for us, just on the management of the budget, and also just really planning around contingencies. They were very, I was always one trying to push as much as I could to get every dollar, but they've been very good about saying, hey, Rick, you got to make sure you're putting in these heavy contingencies, because that will protect us from those things that we have seen in some of our other projects. So I do have a lot of appreciation for the expertise that OTAC has brought to this project. Really helpful to all of us.
And is the DLR role pretty much complete in terms of the design and engineering?
No.
No.
Right now, we are about, I think we have sent out 25% construction drawings. I think I mentioned that last week. So once they get those back, they'll keep plowing ahead. And of course, with the EOC, I think we're finishing up schematic design, which then takes us in design development, which that then pretty much sets the floor. So they're moving that along as well. So no, they're still in it. And obviously, once we get to construction, they'll play a part in that, not as much as they're playing right now. But OTAC will play a much larger role once we get into construction, because they'll be our eyes and ears on the ground at the site. So.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Just another positive, we have both I, myself, and Vance have all reviewed the OJD documents, the funding agreement that we have been waiting on. So again, we're getting close, and that'll be a huge hurdle in terms of money flow.
Great.
Okay.
Hope I don't jinx anything.
It's so hard to know. Yeah, okay, that's helpful.
Is it bad luck to ask groundbreaking on the courthouse timeline?
We will have a groundbreaking.
It'll be sunny now, and it'll be a nice day.
Okay. We're still shooting for springish, late springish. Yeah. I mean, we still have permitting, we still have things in the queue that we really have control over, zero control over. And so, we just keep plowing ahead. And again, the team's working through all those issues, but sometimes we have absolutely no control over how soon a certain agency gets to us or doesn't get to us. And so,
But certainly a huge amount of urgency on everybody's part because we know any kind of delay hurts us because we need to get to a certain phase.
Yes.
For the rainy
Yes.
season next fall. So there is a huge amount of urgency around this.
So we can't go to the city for permits until we have 100% design?
no, we're in the process now of getting, they're called all the infrastructure permits.
Uh-huh.
I think we just submitted our second round of plans yesterday. So we're working through that. Of course, we have to finish up our land use requirements, which that really means we need a final plat, which means we need to know what we're acquiring. And once that's done, then we can finish the final plat. And then a lot of the conditions that are associated with the land use are kind of tied to the filing of the final plat that shows the lots. We're working with ODOT. That's going along pretty well. We still have SHPO to help us out on the historic house out there and getting through that. But I think we're making progress there. So again, a lot of balls in the air. And we're all kind of moving forward. We have gotten approval of a couple permits, like Department of State Land, DSL gave us something for the wetlands, but then we have to wait for the Corps of Engineers and go, so.
We were just in Washington and that was one of the suggestions that we had issues with the Army Corps, the advocacy from the commissioners to. If you need, if you're waiting too long, let us know, right?
Yeah, we're to let our members know and staff can call the Corps, do a little bit of cage rattling if we need a permit.
Yeah. It's a challenge just because their staffing is
Yeah.
tough.
Yep.
And if you have somebody here and the process takes so long, the likelihood of having the same person at the end that you started with
Yeah.
is pretty small. So, and they're all maybe right out of school and a little less experienced and.
Yeah.
So,
Sounds like they're used to it, to getting calls to help
Yes.
push them along.
Yeah,
think
I bet.
That's something you guys could be helpful with.
Yeah, let us know.
Have a nice lunch.
Yep. Well, it's such a complicated project. Thank you. Just got fingers and toes crossed that we can.
yes,
It's gonna be great.
it will.
Be worth it.
Yes. I do have a little bit of nagging curiosity and concern about just some of the questions about finishes and the look and feel of the courthouse, because we've seen, preliminary schematic design, but nothing about, just what level of fanciness it's going to be or whatever, and just in terms of community sensitivity and not wanting to have a palatial place and all of that. Not having had any community engagement on that kind of character stuff. I'm curious how we're gonna roll it all out and how the planning team has been thinking about it all in the absence of that community engagement.
I don't know if we've got specifically a community engagement piece factored into this thing. I mean, I think at some point we had originally planned to bring it back to the board and update you all on it. But I can assure you the budget is dictating what this looks like. And it'll be, for Paul's side, it'll be stuff that is easily maintained and durable and long-term, cost effective. But it'll also be recognizing, it is a courthouse and certain.
Level of grandeur.
Yeah, and a lot of that is driven, through the courts,
Yes.
through the DA. So I think from what I've seen so far, it will hit that level that it won't be a palace,
Mhm.
but it won't be the bare bones, kind of stuff, because we just,
Law enforcement building.
yeah. But I think it's, once we get through this, a lot of it is, Commissioner, we're trying to get to a point where OJD says
Yes.
we're okay with the sufficient suitability question and then moving that.
Yep.
And Rick may have a,
Yeah, and Commissioner, I guess I would just add that into Gary's point, and this is what he said about how valuable Hoffman is on this. what I appreciate about Justin is he knows how much anxiety I have about the budget and really pushing in terms of we have to be very, very cost efficient on this. We cannot not, so he is definitely doing everything in his power to ensure that, this is gonna be a nice building, but it will not be Alice in any kind of way. So appreciate you bringing that up and perhaps, when we get to that point, we can bring you some pictures or something to be able to provide you some, but I can assure you that we are so budget conscious on this thing right now. They're doing everything they can to make sure that we go with the nice but minimum.
Sure. Well, thank you for that reassurance. I do think it's important not to get ahead of ourselves, we gotta get it all agreed upon first, right? But I think, we just spent a bunch of time in Washington DC and marble clad buildings with, pillars up to here, so,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's not gonna be like that, that's for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
But I do think we need to factor in at some point community engagement. So, and we've been so focused on just getting dang designs and permissions and agreements in place, but we can't leave all those other folks out completely.
So I guess I have a clarifying question. So when you're thinking of public engagement and input, like what sort of level do you imagine?
Input, I don't even think, I think this train's gone, from what I can tell. But I think that we have to think about how once we have that final design, how we want to share it with the community and whether there is anything that we can ask them about in terms of their preferences. This is a community that wants to have a voice and a say.
Maybe
and-
if there's artwork honoring local stuff, we could ask somebody for input. stuff
Oh,
like
I think
or-
that would be great, so anything that we can ask the community about and engage them and bring them into it so they have more ownership of it is going to be really important. Because they have not had a say or engagement on what this building or campus is going to look like. And I think we need to be sensitive to that.
Perhaps we can coordinate with you and Corey a little bit about what or how that could look like. We can talk more about that and maybe come back.
Yep. Okay, well, thank you. We took a lot of your time, definitely more than 20 minutes. I expected more than 20 minutes. But if we have no more questions, we'll move on to IT.
Sorry.
Thank you.
You're good.
What's that other thing you have? Is that show on the top, like the roof thing?
This,
That-
yeah, this is one of the bridge cap pieces that goes
And that's terracotta.
down the edge. The color, the terracotta color, right?
Are we replacing with terracotta as well?
We're gonna replace with the existing color. Originally, the roof had no color. In fact, the courthouse wasn't painted at all originally, historically. And then, when they did the 1977 upgrade, or it was repainted in the 30s, one of the presiding judges declared that it had to be painted. So it got painted in the 30s somewhere. And, in the 70s, they removed, there's 22 chimneys or something on the building. And, those were removed in the 1970s. They then put a raised seam roof over those chimney enclosures and then painted the Victorian tiles on the roof at that point. So we'll match to that color system.
Well, I'm just curious. I mean, is that color faded significantly over time or?
This is, 2010. So this was,
Okay.
this paint job here is from 2010. So yeah, it's faded pretty
Not like,
dramatically.
100 years or something. so.
Yeah, so it's your basic, I'm an ex-coastie, right? So it's your basic Coast Guard red roof color is the best way I could describe it, is that sort of brighter red terracotta color.
So at this point, can they put tint in the metal itself and when they replace it rather than having it painted?
We left that as a bid option in the RFP, so they can either have a tinted metal or a pre-painted,
Yeah.
either one.
I know I'm getting into the weeds.
Yeah, thank you for indulging.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just
For your
curious.
hard work.
Thank you.
It's interesting to me too. So good morning, everybody. We were asked to come today and talk about priorities for 2024 for our innovations team. So I thought I would start by just using the first few minutes, kind of laying out IT structure for you so we can scope up top down, so you guys understand what the innovation team does within our department. And then I'll turn it over to John to get into some more of the details. So in your packet, if we could first go to page 19, that is the org structure of our department. I'll let Amanda catch up here so you guys can see on the big screen. All right, thank you, or Maura, whoever's driving over there. Thank you.
Oops, 1 minute, do my share.
Very good. So this is different than the org structure that we would normally work with, just to kind of visualize how the department is structured. So we have 4 basic teams within our department. We have our innovations team, our network team, our systems team, and our service desk. The network team, systems team, and service desk comprise the operations side of IT, and the innovations team, who John Larson manages. They have different roles within the same team, but they're all within the innovations team. We have 8 positions there that work for John. 2 of those are currently vacant. We lost Jennifer Mantooth earlier this year, who was one of the senior programmer analysts. And just recently, a few weeks ago, Derek Abrams put in his notice, and you all saw his message. He's moving on to Aurora University in Illinois. And as a side note, Jen Mantooth also moved up to a higher level position for the state in Salem. So great outcomes for both of those folks. And I'm especially proud of Jen because she started as our administrative specialist about 12 years ago. So she's really moved up and put in a lot of hard work to end up where she's at now. But that, because we like to grow our people, that means we're dealing with vacancies on occasion. On the innovations team, there are 2, and we know of 1 more that'll be coming later this year through a retirement. So just wanted to lay that out to kind of let you know that's one of the primary challenges the innovations team is facing this year, will be some vacancies. And to sort of lay out so you can visually see how the work is divided within our department and how we tackle it. Our goals, strategies, and projects, which is the next page, which is 18. Maura, if you could go back one. I guess it's probably, you probably don't have it pulled up through the agenda packet. So page 18, the agenda packet is a document that we use internally within our department to organize our work. So we meet on this document on a quarterly basis when we do our all staff meetings. And we organize our work at a high level through goals, strategies, and projects. So starting the top down, those are department goals that we've identified through the goal setting process for our departments. So we have a discussion when we meet quarterly about those goals and our progress toward those goals. Our strategies are more themes. So strategies that we're working on as a department. Today, we're going to be talking, the 3 we'll talk about primarily today, all fall within strategies because they're all affecting the innovations team. So our service desk management, our project improvement management, and the county website have all been the 3 sort of major themes that the innovation team is working through. There's a lot of detail here about the web project because that's been our primary focus for the last 6-8 months. And just to point out, this is the strategy update that we provided in November. We'll be providing another one in March. But I've been sharing the one that we shared, that we talked through our department last. So the major projects, those are ones that sort of filter the top 5 that our department is handling. So you can see there's several different projects, but those may span different segments of our teams. So innovation isn't necessarily going to be handling one of those. It's probably folks from different teams in the IT department that are working through these projects. And of course, at the bottom, we just like to update our folks on what we know about construction and staff moves. And those are generally, IT has a role in helping with those projects, either relocating people or helping with the construction and design. So that's how we track those as well. So this is at a department level to continue to scope down. What I'd like to do is just hand it over to John and have him describe how his innovations team is organized. I've mentioned it at a couple recent meetings, but one of the priorities John had when he was hired was to look at, under strategies there, you can see it as project improvement. With that, we made the decision to have the innovations team move to a different way to organize their work using agile methodology. And so we're going to talk about that a little bit today. And you'll hear some, probably some new terms around about our agile methodology. But right now it is specific to the innovations team. That methodology really is designed for development work, which is they do a lot of. But it's not the only work they do. Matter of fact, it's not even a majority of the work they do. So want to turn over to John, let him talk a little bit about their strategy, where they've come in terms of implementing Agile and some statistics already about how that's working out. And then he'll also provide sort of a breakdown for what the innovations team is doing. Hopefully we can get through this quick enough so that if there's, I just thought maybe a top-down update of how we're organized and how we manage our work would be helpful to guide a conversation about what our priorities are for this year.
All right, yeah, so starting with Agile, there's a philosophy of work organization that's been in the software industry for about 30 years that's sort of taken a hold. I would guess 85 to 90% of software development shops out there follow this methodology. And under the umbrella of Agile, there's a couple different methods, and one that's most common is called Scrum. It's named after those when they're playing rugby, how everyone gets together, and it really focuses on getting technical folks who have a tendency to want to work kind of introverted in silos to force them to work together in a team. One of the main features is in tech, we're getting interrupted all the time. So that can get really troublesome for somebody who's trying to concentrate on that. So what we basically do is we do their work in 2-week, what we call sprints or iterations. So we basically plan their work every 2 weeks, and we do our best as management to stay out of their business for 2 weeks. And then we'll kind of see the interruptions. So we rolled this out I actually was starting to train on it when I first got here and decided we're not ready yet. So we had to do some preliminary work. We rolled out kind of a beta in November, in October, November. And we had one of our junior programmers take it on, and he sings its praise because he says, now I know exactly what's expected of me. Everyone else can see my work. Where he might get shy by asking the more senior guys what to do. Well, every day we meet for 10 minutes in the morning and talk about what's happening. So I would start telling Adam, he was saying, okay, we got to account for the productivity drop in this. I would say we've already gotten there. And so we are on our 3rd iteration where we started in full in January. And now it really helps me give you guys some statistics. And just, we can take a quick look at those. They're on page 17. So this is after only 2 iterations. And one of the things that it does is it's really super hard to analyze software development in terms of either hours or money. That it just doesn't translate very well. So one of the things that the system does is it uses what's called a point. A point is just an arbitrary way that the developers say, this is analogous to this. So this takes this much work, and I think it's going to be about the same. And after time, it sort of levels out. So in the first 2 sprints, the team was able to complete 149 points. And if you look on the right side, they're doing about 75 per time. We still give them, there's work that's going to interrupt, even though we're doing our best. It just happens. So right now, 33% of our work is interrupting, and we have high and urgent work that interrupts by definition. Urgent work is anything where it's life, limb, or major money on the line. And high work is anywhere there's a disruption of work anywhere in the county. So if somebody can't get their job done, then we're going to prioritize that. We're going to jump on it as soon as we can. But, like we allow a little bit of flexibility on their part. If it's an urgent issue, everybody drops everything and just gets on top of it, obviously. If it's a high issue, so you can finish up what you're doing so you don't have that high switching cost. But it does speak to how much, if the defect points completed, 73% of them were high issues. So we're still getting a lot of high issues in right now. Part of that's expected. We just did a major release, right? So in the software cycle, you can kind of plan on that, saying, okay, we just did something big. we interrupted a lot of function. So we've been dealing with a lot of defects coming from that as expected. Okay, so the innovations team is called the innovations team, right? So, I've been working with the team the last 2.5 years to really kind of figure out strategically what that means. So, we have to respond to and maintain a lot of the systems that are out there, and that takes a lot of our time. But so we want to make the rest of the time as efficient as possible. So our overall innovation strategy there is working with the departments to find has high value return. One thing we implemented about a year and a half ago is all of our projects will have an objective that has to be written out. Like, what are you trying to do? And then the second thing is you'll have to have a value statement. What's going to change in the county that has value to us? You'd be surprised, well, you probably won't be, you guys have been around a long time, how many projects don't have that identified. They just jump in. So, the first thing we do is we say, well, you got to tell me what we're actually trying to get done here. And that's been high value. So breaking that down from our overall strategy, there's really 4 strategic goals that I use as a filter. And as Adam and I are meeting with the departments, we do that very regularly to figure out what they need, how we best respond, how we can be good partners, get them tools. The first one is citizen employee access to the web. You guys have heard me talking about this last year. Really, the driver is that the web becomes the harness for all county business. So from our perspective, we're looking to get the tools so that the department heads can take that and run with it. So my assumption is, given X number of years, everything we do, we will do through the web. So that's our strategic goal number 1. Second one is data integration and sharing via business intelligence tools and the data lake. The data lake basically is taking all of our diverse systems. I think we have over 300 systems out there that are actively being used, and tying them into this single data structure. Now, we got approval, CIP approval for this project. And since then, Microsoft has released another version. It's promising new and great things. So, Microsoft. So we wouldn't get there, right? But it's already, this is a lot of motion out there in the universe right now for this. So we're doing this at a great time.
Yeah.
But it's not a small lift, right? Because we have to get all these systems and tie them in. An example here, right now in community development, when they apply for a permit, they used to use a system called Wintegrate up until 2001. And then from 2001 to current, they're using a system called Acela, and they're going to be coming to you to buy a new system. They want a new one. So our first step is take that Wintegrate system and push it into the data lake. Then we can use our BI tools and our data people to pull what they need. So right now, the technicians up there have to query one system and query another system, and they have a complicated process. They print stuff, move stuff, and put it in folders. So we build that query on top of Wintegrate. We'll consume all that data and we'll put that in the deep freeze.
Yeah.
Then we'll hook it to Acela. So it's actively, then we just update the report. So they're doing a single query off of 2 systems. And then when they get the next one, they're doing a single query off of 3 systems. So what the vendors are selling us starts to not matter very much, because we're able to integrate that data. That's the data lake. So part of that will be a countywide strategy to get all of our business analysts sort of on the same tool stack, understanding how to use this stuff and communicating across the board, so we can leverage what we know from department to department.
That'll be so fantastic for purposes of assembling information to share with community members as well, just in terms of having more graphic presentations and having trend over time for different kinds of data. There will always be issues in terms of how we measure things at one time versus another, but I think that I'm so excited about that. I wish this happened, 6 years ago. So, but yeah, really looking forward to it.
Yeah, agreed. And these are the 2 chief pillars of where we're going. So now when a new project comes in by default, it's in the web. How do we get into the data lake? So that we're building that and moving forward. We don't have the army of resources to go rewrite everything. But as it upgrades, it pushes forward, then we can get it. The next 2 overall strategies that drive what we do and how we select projects, with modeling and streamlining process and workflows using technology.
Yeah.
That's kind of a statement of the obvious, but you want to work with the departments. And sometimes we found that they're doing old-fashioned processes just because that's the way they've always done it. So we want to dig in and say, why are you doing that? Show me what you're doing. and watch them and say, we ran into that with, trash talks. Unfortunately, Daniel had been kind of misinformed. He was doing things in a way that was really cumbersome. And so we have to be proactive in kind of vetting that stuff out and saying,
Yep.
hey, we've got tools for you. Then the last one, our last strategic goal is digitizing of records and paper assets.
Mhm.
Well, that's a long-term goal, but, I would say that in 10 years, I think we can reasonably have all the paper gone. And part of that will be, the AI tools are getting better at reading. And where they're not quite there yet, but they will be within 5 years that we can take all the old records. So we have an initiative right now with HR. I measured this in terms of banker boxes. They have 60 banker boxes of data sitting down in a vault somewhere. So we're working with them to figure out what the digitization strategy is. But I'm looking roughly, I don't know, maybe 100 terabytes of data. In the next 10 years, we're going to need to move, most likely to the cloud.
And with all of that, come questions of data security and changing formats and one thing another. I know that when we used to store things on hard drives and on various kinds of drives, that was a problem, but now that it's in the cloud, it's easier to have redundancy, but still,
Yeah.
it is a little unsettling not to have some sort of access to something physical.
Yeah, and so agreements that we have with cloud service providers, and when people say cloud, it sounds so.
Nebulous.
Yes, nebulous. Really what it is a data center built at a scale where it's so cheap to bring people on board to use a shared resource,
Yeah.
right? And not something that we could duplicate without spending a lot of money. But the nice thing is that because that model is matured now, providing businesses with cloud services, all kinds of different directions,
Mhm,
that the security model was also built up with that.
mhm.
So cloud service providers need to be compliant with government policy, for example. Military is using cloud services, police and law enforcement are
Yeah.
using cloud services. So we're pretty confident in the security behind a lot of those services. As long as you're going with a market leader, they're going to have all that documented for you when you sign the agreement. So yeah, seems like you're letting go of some control, when in reality, you're losing some administrative overhead and you're shifting that to being more efficient with how you use the data.
This is all great talking about the positive stuff. I was gonna ask about, is there any new news on Curry, what happened in Curry County? And I guess I'm a little surprised how big a deal that was, how significant and kind of isn't being talked about much, or I don't think the general knowledge of how bad that was isn't spread around very far. But is there any updates on what happened and maybe what they should have done, or just curious?
I can tell you at a very high level what I know about it is probably some of the same things you've heard. The base reason is that they didn't invest in their IT infrastructure. They only had one employee who was a contracted employee. That's impossible for that person to do that job. So luckily here, we're making those investments and we have for decades. As long as I've been here, we've had a mind for advancing our technology and taking security very seriously. I feel bad for Curry County. We've had a lot of folks within the city and county organizations across the state that have volunteered their time to go out there and help them sort of rebootstrap, recover as much data as they can. But honestly, they were, running on shoestrings and bubble gums, really old equipment in basements that hadn't been touched in years and years. And it doesn't take more than a few months now for a system to be vulnerable to cyber attacks, which is one of our biggest struggles in the operations side of our department, is keeping up with those security vulnerabilities. So it's not a surprise now that somebody that hadn't sort of done all of that, followed along, made investments to make sure that they're keeping up, are more vulnerable than others. And small counties and small cities are just vulnerable that way by, they have these requirements of having to store the data in a certain way, but they don't have the resources to do it. So Curry County, I think, is a good study in how, large organizations could perhaps annex and help them with what they're doing, share their resources, So partners in the area could probably get more involved with helping Curry County post their information, for example. But, those conversations, we all tend to think inwardly. So until something like this happens, those don't happen. So I know Lane County has really helped them out quite a bit. Like I said, in volunteering their time, helping them redesign their systems and redeploy their systems. So, but I don't have any more current information than that, and that's been a while since I've talked to them.
But it's accurate that they permanently lost
Yeah.
a lot of records and have spent millions on fixing,
Yeah, easily.
so kind of cheap on the front end and got caught and now having to spend a lot of money.
That's right.
You don't repair your roof, you have a roof collapse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a somewhat related question. John, you mentioned accessibility, and when I was in Washington, there was a federal agency expo. One of the agencies that was there was FTC, and they mentioned that they're writing regulations right now for website accessibility, and that there are going to be pretty stringent requirements, again, for things that I think we've already done in terms of working with the visually impaired, and having other kinds of accessibility. I have not looked at those regs. I understand it's 700 pages, and there's a lot of seminars going on right now about those new requirements. Once they come into effect, they're going to give cities and counties 3 years to be in compliance. But it sounds like it could be quite onerous. And so I was wondering whether anyone was tracking any of that, A, and B, knowing that going along with Commissioner Malone's comment, our small cities are going to be in a world of hurt because they're not going to be able to achieve that standard. Or if they do, it's going to be very expensive for them. So thinking ahead about mutual aid and supporting our small cities, and this gal was concerned that what the effect might be to really contract of what different municipalities offer on their websites, just because of the level of technology they're going to have to get to.
Right.
So-
That makes sense.
Yeah, so I've only heard about this. I haven't attended any webinars or anything. But what I'll say just generally, it'll be nice to have the guidance because through the development of our most recent development of our website, you have to really go out and find that information. Like there's no one source to say this is how you should be doing it to be in compliance for ADA and for any of the other controls we should have in place. You kind of have to have the resources and the time to do all that legwork. So having it in one place would be great.
I will share with you what the information I picked up, and maybe we can either track it or have the Council of Governments track it, or someone to help. The Council of Governments might be a really good place to
Right.
try to do
They can
that.
share it as well. Yeah, that's good to know. We do a lot of that already with regard to criminal justice information policy and HIPAA. So like I said, it'll be nice to have it in black and white, one place.
Okay.
The tools are getting a little bit better, and one of the stuff we used in WordPress, we really focused on being able to switch between devices, making sure it looks good on,
Yes.
the majority of our views are on a phone.
Yep.
So it has to be designed for a phone, and built in are now better tools at identifying some, ADA violations. We have that. We had Sarah really heavily involved from the beginning. So our new EDI person will get them on board. I was talking to her about, I would love to see the members of the community, especially fully blind
Mhm.
members who can help us troubleshoot the site, because, you can turn on the reader, but I can't really experience what that's like.
Yeah.
And so I think there's some opportunities moving forward.
Yeah, that's great.
Just a couple notes. First of all, thank you for modernizing county government and our services. It's sometimes from a citizen's point of view, they don't understand that our IT department is just as much a first responder today than even when we look at, our sheriff deputies and the folks in emergency management and our nurses and our incredible employees. But I wanted to just touch on a few things. Again, some information I've been getting, I've been sharing back with Adam. Actually, I'm going to give kudos to Adam for a minute. there have been security breaches, and Adam proactively does reach out to municipalities on his own free time to offer services, advice, helping with the patchwork, and it's something that, you know, we're getting above and beyond just the Benton County IT director. So just wanted to let you know that this is someone who also is, you know, reaches out to you on the weekend, keeps you involved in our IT infrastructure and is carefully watching it. It's funny, we always think of like an IT resource of, can we hire someone who just is going to follow security, and we've like, hire a security guard. And it doesn't really work that way. There's a lot of AI and automation of services are really important. A real big trend is AI. We talked a little bit briefly. There's some conferences coming up that I'm hoping you're going to attend either remotely or in person of how AI is going to work, how it's working in federal government, state government, where we are positioned. I heard you talk about it with records management and ways to work on it. Once again, I was talking to someone last week who's going to put 2 clerks for a year into a small space and scan in documents. And is that the best use of a person for their project for 2 years to scan in documents? No, it's not. And also just, we make mistakes. So I'm really interested on that. I'm also interested at, I know before the pandemic, you guys do meet with our departments monthly, what projects are your people bringing to you? Are they process improvement? Is it, including myself, and gets inundated by software companies and giving software solutions? Please give us a demo. This is going to solve your citizen engagement issue.
Yeah.
Where are you finding what people are looking for? Are they trying to clean up a process? Are they trying to sell you on a system that they've been personally lobbied for? Tell me how that approach comes in, John, into your office, and how do we connect it to, that's an innovation project, that's an idea, that's a strategy from the department level. And, you know, and then how do we decide the priorities? I understand that we put out fires every day. And like, you know, use trash talks as an example, that kind of drove up right to the top. But how do you factor that in as a team?
Well, I think part of it, you know, yeah, there's a lot of that looking out there and talking to vendors, and we try to work in a really advisory role. You know, we have not only worked with a lot of vendors, many of us have worked for the vendors, so we can see through their black magic. But we don't know what we don't know the actual trade. So that's where we try to position ourselves early and often to go to the meetings and handhold and raise concerns, see technological concerns, but let them drive and let them understand. The other thing we've been running into lately is, and this is a good problem, I guess, that you'll find that departments are talking to the same vendor and they don't know that they're talking to the same vendor.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So when it gets on our radar, we can help say, hey, did you know, I just did it this morning. There's a software that's an add into AutoCAD, and I reached over to Paul and said, do you guys use this too? Because community development was asking me, but they haven't talked to each other.
I got a call last week from someone who said, hey, Rachel, you know, so-and-so has been talking to your team, and they said, it's all in the county administrator's desk to decide, because they're telling the salesperson. And they're like, I know the county administrator. And I said, who'd they talk to? And they listed about 20 county employees across people, punted it to me. And I said, no, that's not how it works. But just in general, you did specifically talk about a vision of business analysts in every department. It really isn't that more of a project manager piece that you feel there's business analysts that need to be in every?
Well, I think not necessarily. And they're more referring to data and analysts.
So the data piece.
People who are pulling data out of the
Yes,
system.
yes.
That's what I was referencing there.
Right.
Business analysts, I don't think every department needs to have its own per se.
But you just saw a demonstration, you know, from a great department that we have, and just being able they're managing so many projects, and then there's the day-to-day tasks. And really being able to have that tool is going to be super important, even though every group, right?
This is the thing, we're trying to do leadership from behind. You know, I would say culturally, it appears to me when I look back in the Wayback Machine 10, 15 years ago, the departments worked really independently and would make buying decisions and technological decisions. And we're not sitting at a point, and I don't want to be an IT department saying, no. But if we can sort of get them together, I mean, personally, because I work as the project manager and the program manager for IT. So if I had an extra 20 hours a week, I would love to reach out to all the PMs that are working around the county, all the BAs that are working around the county, and help at least get a unified process. I think that would help us all. But that's something that just trying to say, hey, well, let's hold hands and do this together.
Right, right.
Yeah, and people are business analysts and information analysts, whether they know it or not.
That's right. Right.
So
And
I
then
don't
also
think-
we're holding on to some data that is it useful?
right.
It says garbage in, garbage out, talk
Yeah.
about, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And to answer another part of your question, so how we prioritize projects, we ingest requests different ways. We try to get everybody to put requests in through our service desk system. Obviously, that allows us to triage and prioritize things the way we would any kind of work request. Bigger projects, though, like John is saying, we generally find out when we're interviewing departments when we meet with them monthly. And, we have an issue tracker where we're checking on regular items, but then I'll ask them about anything that's upcoming that they may need help with. What happens when we learn about something new is we bring it back to our project management board, which is a different tool I haven't shown you today. And we meet regularly on a weekly basis as a team to review that project board, prioritize items. We categorize them on what the status is of the project through building an assessment, project scope, story, and tasks. We can kind of identify how big it is, how small it is. We prioritize it by, like John said earlier, whether or not it's a break fix, life, limb, or money issue, just some kind of upgrade that we can push down the road and need to work with a vendor on. So there's a lot of things to look at, obviously, which is why those conversations happen on a weekly basis. So we're constantly shifting priorities on that board, moving things back and forth between teams. But that's how we manage and prioritize project work. We probably got between 75 and 100 on that board at all times.
So I have a couple of questions. The language of innovations team is a little confusing to me just simply because going back to 2018, after Joe had arrived, we had the whole innovation initiative.
Right.
And that, of course, fizzled with COVID. And is your innovations division part of what that morphed into? Or are we ever going to go back to that employee-driven kind of innovations approach? Or so that's one question. And then the other piece is, at what point do some of those priorities that you grapple with on a weekly basis rise to the level of board discussion?
Right.
And what does it take for something to become of board level significance for us to help determine priority?
I'd like to start with that answer a little bit. I mean, one of the things we're doing is a little governance committee between HR, budget, finance and IT to kind of discuss those high level innovation projects, why it makes sense. So then we'd be able to report up to you on some things that are issues. It's sometimes they're boring, right? Kind of boring, not public facing, more efficiency, which actually makes the employee a little bit more satisfied because this process works better and now they have 3 or 4 more hours of their day. So that's one of our strategies of being able to report up, like what are innovation projects that are important. But again, the Board of Commissioners also is very policy driven as well. And you're always very concerned of how the public will see this as a good efficiency. And I think we can do a better job communicating that up and make it very easy for you to be able to see if this takes a while. If we decided to go with a new ERP system, the expectation is it would probably take a year, right? And a lot of training with employees, and it would be a huge undertaking. So being able, but designing a website, that has a lot to do with employees, right? That has a lot to do with the public being able to see what it looks like, what it feels like. Are they getting the right information? Is it hard to put a form together? Is it hard to, do things like that? So I think we can do a better job with that for the commissioners to kind of understand what happens under the hood. right? In order to make that happen. And that process improvement is something that we could probably report up and look at as a future conversation, because there's always a people piece, there's always a finance piece, and there's always an IT solution and to make it work, right?
Yeah, generally speaking, when requests are brought to us, we don't necessarily dig into the why
Mhm.
from the IT's perspective. We, with especially larger departments, we expect that they've done their homework to understand why the need is there,
Mhm.
right? In some cases, we will. We'll go back to saying this seems a lot less efficient than what you're already doing, so why would you do that?
Yeah.
But for the most part, the asks that come to us are policy driven, or they're already using a system that's hosted by the state that's getting upgraded, or a lot of the decisions or technology updates that people come to us with are because they're being led in that direction.
Mhm.
So we're just assisting with bringing those on board. To talk about innovations, and I can understand why you're confused. So the reason that we call the part of our department innovations now is when I came on as a director, I wanted to create a distinction in our department for the positions that were working in a role of innovating our technology. So previously there was no.
Yeah.
So we had a defined network team, we had a defined systems
Yeah.
team, we had a defined service desk. Then we ended up with a new database administrator position. We ended up with a new business analyst position. Those positions working alongside the programmer analyst, to me, is what comprises now our innovations
Mhm.
team. So that was more of an internal facing strategy to help our team organize themselves, understand what their role is, and all pull together as a
Mhm.
department.
Mhm.
So the innovation program that you're referring to, a lot of that was headed up by the business analyst position
Yes.
to begin with. So some of the things that spun off of that were the Idea Box.
Yep.
And the Women in Technology initiative. We plan to come back to those at some point. So the way I'll describe that is it's changed underneath us in a way that the initial driver for that project was to build business analysis skill throughout the county.
Mhm.
So people that are already working in those roles, we can modernize their skills in business analysis, do things like understanding their workflows, documenting their workflows, really getting a handle on their business as a department, and then being able to speak that language to our business analysts to help them make
Mhm.
operational decisions. So there's still that need to build that skill out through the county. But what's changed underneath us is really a drive to also take on business intelligence in this data lake that we're talking about. So that the skill that we had initially conceptualized has changed underneath us
Got it.
as we've gone. So right now, the way that I see this is the innovations team in IT is still sort of getting their feet under themselves with moving to agile methodology. We're also going to be working through some vacancies. So we're giving them time to adapt to the way that we're asking them to work now with their sprints. Once we get a handle on that and we have our teams a little bit more established, we can start to look back to how do we build out that skill. The Idea Box is one that we're still planning on bringing back to the B once that rises like a phoenix, like our website did. And the other, the Women in Technology program that I mentioned earlier,
Mhm.
we had planned to reboot with Jennifer Mantooth. Unfortunately, she's left us. So now we're really gone back to the drawing board to see how that we can push that. One thing that we've learned more recently is that Women in Technology is now a nonprofit nationally that actually is centered in Washington, DC.
Mhm.
So now the concept is to now look more toward a partnership with that organization rather than trying to invent our own.
Yes.
That's those two elements. There were other things that were with relation to innovation, which was really just about trying to get people to think innovatively. We still do have part of our presentation to all new employees, a few slides about thinking innovatively and how to analyze what they see in their workplace that could be being done inefficiently and how to get help to make improvements to those. So that's still information that we're sharing regularly with new employees. But we do, moving forward, we do want to continue to look at that, especially how we build out the skill within departments to think in terms of business analysis and business intelligence. That's going to come along with the data lake project.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense and it helps me understand both where we've been and where we are and where we're going. Yeah.
One thing that might be helpful for you all, as part of our review with Agile is we're also going to the concept of quarterly releases. And some of that is just conceptual, so that we now really start building into the project plans. Oh, you need to write the training material. Oh, you need to train staff on it. So we're not just dropping stuff on people. So that's something that we'll be generating release notes on, and we can easily put that on your agenda and highlight things we think you'll be interested in.
Mhm. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
I guess, my question is, I like the idea of internal coordination, making sure everybody's, talking to each other. How do you get, information from outside Benton County? I mean, we're in the great scheme of things, a relatively small organization, and there's lots going on out there. How do you keep track or access best practices that are outside Benton County?
That's a great question. So, you know, part of it being working in the career of information technologies, you have to have that drive. You have to be able to keep up with the pace of technology as part of your job. So a lot of what we do, we have a pretty hefty training budget. Thank you, Rick. And commissioners, that we leverage to keep our staff, trained up and up to pace with the industry. And really it is, you just have to sort of want to know about technology, about what's changing. You have to have that curiosity and you know, interest to look and find that information. So, you know, I think everybody in IT kind of does it in different ways. We have various government groups that provide us information on a regular basis to keep us up to date on security. We actually have user groups for various technologies where we interact with other technology professionals to kind of keep up to date on changes. But yeah, if you're not listening, if you don't have your ear to the ground, you can fall behind really fast in our industry. So yeah, we've got a partner, Arctic Wolf, which is our security operations center partner. Their entire industry is just tracking security vulnerabilities and updates to technology and keeping us informed. So yeah, you have to be very intentional about staying up to speed, or you end up like Perry County, right? So yeah, it's a big part of the job. And you gotta like that, or you're gonna.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
I'll just say I really appreciate the leadership and the teamwork that you two have demonstrated and the department. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
And I would like to point out, I got 100% on my.
Excellent. Actually, yeah, that's one thing I'll be bringing to you guys as a report of the result of our training. And some of the more recent tests we've done. It's all looking good. So, for cybersecurity awareness, I think everybody's taking it seriously.
Well, I have to do it every year for us, for the state, because I'm on a couple of boards and committees and for one other organization. So I get it about 3 times a year. If I make a mistake now.
Which one does the best webinar?
Oh,
It's all content.
It's all the same provider. Yeah,
They-
yeah.
Interesting.
Slightly different,
Video.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move into our discussion of boards, commissions and committees, but I think I need
Yes,
a
please.
5-minute break.
Okay.
So, Vance, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, but just 5 more minutes.
our viewing audience. That kind of gives an idea of where they are, and then also, you know, we wanted to kind of go through them of. Sometimes they meet, sometimes they not. Last night, the chair and I were kind of doing our formal one-on-one in the car ride home from DC, and one of the things we talked about was like the charter commission that we wanted to talk about, which is something that we do, but don't meet on a regular basis. And there's some history there. And fortunately, we have a council who's been with us when county government began to exist. And we thought we could get a little history on where we are with the charter commission. You know, there were years when they met biannually, things like that, that we just wanted to take a quick deep dive and get some direction from the board as well of what type of reports they would like from our directors. As you saw, some of our directors this morning, there's a lot of tasks and then there's projects. So from, you know, like a time management standpoint, how much time do they put into these boards? That we're just kind of getting an overall assessment on it. So Maura was kind enough to put together this document with the council's office, Teresa, to see where we are. You know, recently we've sent out a notice for candidates to be on our DSAC committee, and I think another,
Almost all of them that have openings.
Yeah.
The notice published.
so we do have some openings, and hopefully those who do look at our meetings will say, you know, we are looking for people in Benton County to come and look at some of these boards and see if there's another way other than how we publicly do the notifications of getting some people on board on work we're doing. So this is the list, you know, and we can kind of go down them one by one if we do. I don't think it can take a lot of time, but at least overall, this starts the conversation.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. And I know that I've been one of the ones that has really pushed us on this because our boards and committees operate very differently from one another and have very different levels of staff support. The staff that support these different boards and committees have very different levels of training. So depending on which board or committee you're involved in as a community member, your experience may be that you are a very valuable member of a team and provide a substantive role, or it can be really confusing as to why you're even there. And I'd love to handle those committees or figure out what to do with those committees where community members just don't know why they're there. That's not productive for staff. It's not productive for volunteers from the community. So one of those committees was the Public Health Planning Advisory Committee, otherwise known as PPAC. And it gotten to the point where people really were very confused about its existence, its purpose. And so it's not meeting, and it hasn't met for 4 years now.
This May 15th, 2019.
Yes.
Towards the bottom of the
Yeah,
document.
so it's basically in suspension. And given that we have had interim public health director for a while, and there's a lot of change in public health, that's probably the appropriate status for that particular committee. But at some point, it may need to be reinvigorated. It's hard, but that depends on what we're trying to do. And maybe it depends on the community health improvement plan, what the health department really wants to accomplish with the community health improvement plan. It's not like they're not doing any community engagement. They're doing a lot. So that's the level of check. And I did want to point out that the Willamette Criminal Justice Council, not committee, meets monthly and not quarterly. And there are a couple of months a year when it does not meet. December is one of those. Yeah. What else? How do you?
I think we want to go down the list and quickly have comments on each and every one of them, and then we'll
Sounds good.
have some idea of next steps. Would that work?
Can I say something first? Just, I guess in general, I would like to feel more ownership of our boards. And part of that is because they feel so disconnected and individual commissioners don't necessarily have roles or a very good understanding. And part of this is due to our previously poor website, where if I want to go sit in on one of these, advisory boards, I can't even do that because it's not updated on the website when it is. But that has changed now, so yay. I think what would help me is to understand better, like maybe like an org chart, like which ones of these are ours, which ones are advisory to the Board of Commissioners, which ones are advisory to staff, which ones are advisory to, the sheriff's office or the district attorney's office. Because, yeah, I mean, this is a good start. I just feel like I don't want to be trying to meddle with someone else's board. You know what I mean?
Well, some of them belong to the city of Corvallis and we just have members appointed to them. And others are ours. And frankly, this doesn't include all of the boards and committees that we appoint to. But we also appoint to external bodies like the Lynn Benton Housing Authority and to Community Services Consortium, Community Advisory Action Committee. So I don't know. And so I think there are multiple reasons to look at this. One is to just see how many people we appoint to from the community to advise us or our related entities. And so that we have a sense for who those people are in a more sophisticated way. Maybe we need a kind of a contact database, so that we have everyone in one database. I don't know what Teresa has used traditionally to manage these other than spreadsheets by committee. But I think there are ways that we can definitely modernize this whole approach so that we're a little bit more, it's more seamless and the information can be generated more easily.
Yeah.
And again, we can also, again, this is a goal setting meeting. We're looking at what do we want to do with these committees?
Yeah.
Especially some of the ones that are just not meeting or they've morphed into a different issue. So when I look at the Law Enforcement Review Committee, it says inactive since 2017 when charter expansion proposed. Could you give us a little more information on that, page?
So that is a committee that's set up to primarily review complaints from the public against interactions with law enforcement. The last time we had a committee meet to review a grievance or complaint was, you were on that committee.
Yeah.
It was like
Yeah.
2014 or something. It was
Yeah.
a long time ago.
Yeah.
And the notation there is not quite accurate. There was a push by the former sheriff, Scott Jackson, to change this committee. And as a result, it has been sidelined.
It was, both Pat and I were there for the last meeting that occurred in 2017. Pat as a member of the committee and me as a commissioner. And the intent at the time was that we wanted to shift to, or the sheriff wanted to shift to a community advisory board and broaden this because the LERC only met as needed. And that meant that frankly, most of the members are no longer members because they've either moved away, passed away, been elected to public office, you name it. And so it's not a viable committee at all. And if they needed to be called together, there wouldn't be members to call together. So I know that when Sheriff Van Arsdale first came on board, he worked with one of his deputies to put together some draft bylaws for a new sheriff's office advisory committee. I'm not sure I remember correctly what he was calling it, but it hasn't gone anywhere. And so that's something that we need to check in with the sheriff about. To see where that is, that this was a recommendation coming out of the Criminal Justice Systems Assessment that we should have for the sheriff's office, a community advisory committee, analogous to the one that the city has for Corvallis Police Department.
Yep. I guess, so before we jump in and go line by line, let's see a couple things. So number one, I don't see the Historic Courthouse Advisory Committee here. Zan, you mentioned the ones through the city. So the Library Advisory Board, the Economic Development Coalition.
Yep.
I'm on those boards. They're definitely in my schedule.
Yeah, it's not complete.
Yeah, so I of course agree with Commissioner Ojo in the sense where the boards that are ours and advise us, we do need to give them a purpose, and whether that is we figure that out with them, or they bring us a work plan and we approve it, or we give a work plan to them, or it's some combination. I just think it's important. And then just keeping not an eye on them, but being apprised of what they are doing. So having like an annual report from each of the boards. I mean, pretty much the majority of other, government entities that I'm aware of all have annual reports from their advisory boards.
Okay.
And
So the library board is there,
Is it?
I'm not, the courthouse preservation committee.
That's different from the historic courthouse
Yeah.
advisory committee. Yeah.
And the Historic Resources Advisory, the Historic Courthouse Advisory Committee, was never, we don't appoint to that. That is actually kind of a courthouse level committee, and that's part of the reason it's not on this list. But I think that we need to get a handle on all of the committees and not just the
But
ones.
they're still generating a report too.
Exactly, yeah.
So,
So,
and I
and you're the liaison.
keep trying
Yeah.
to go to the meetings and I keep getting other stuff scheduled, which we can talk about later in this
Yeah.
meeting, but, that one also doesn't have bylaws or any sort of,
Any charter or any
and that's
charter.
been difficult when there's been friction.
Oh,
So,
no kidding. So shall we go line by line?
I think it's the only way we can, well,
Okay.
at least with this direction, and we are making notes on missing committees. As well as, but again, like also looking at the document, like you made a good point of bylaws, and then also
Who they
what you're
report
saying,
to?
Nancy, like who they
Whether it's the
report
board-
to.
yes.
Who they advise, the board, or whether they advise the departments, or whether they advise both. And I think in our most recent bylaws update, Vance, most of our bylaws say that they advise both.
No, we moved away, and so most of them now say they advise that department for to whom they are responsible.
Yeah, there's some variation.
The board over the years has gone back and forth on that.
Yeah.
Some commissioners wish to have these committees report to the board. Others don't, hence this latest shift back to the departments. I will say that when the committees bylaws state they report to the board, the citizens that serve on these committees have this expectation of an interaction. with
Yes,
the board. And
Absolutely.
that is what had caused in the past a couple of different points in time this friction. Hey, we never get to see the board. Hey, we never give a report. We don't hear from them. And it's almost always that kind of
Yep.
the complaint that pushes us back to having that report to the department. And then so it really has a seesaw. back and forth.
Yep, that's really helpful to know. Thank you for sharing that. I, as one commissioner, want that interaction with the board personally, but I think it's probably also important to talk with the department that they're currently advising and say, what do you guys want? How is this working? What room is there to shift things?
I think that there's a real need for that. Depending on leadership in the individual department that manages these boards and committees, they either understand the value and they support it very actively, or they don't really understand the value and it's a backwater. And that's been part of the problem too.
Yeah.
And so it depends on how staff time is allocated. And so I do think we need to have that conversation with the departments. And what is the value? Is there a value?
And also, how can we line it up with the commissioners' individual portfolios?
Mhm.
So then it's almost their checklist as
Well,
well,
I don't-
right?
Okay, sorry, go. I didn't mean to cut you off. Was that?
No, that's it.
So my only concern with that is I don't want, one commissioner to know everything about this advisory board, and then the other two don't ever get to hear about it, don't know what's going on. That one commissioner that then starts to kind of steer their work when that's not really approved by the whole board or, so. But that's one idea. Yeah.
It's just an idea of like functions, not functions, but like, if you were the library liaison from the board, these boards should help guide this issue. Then when they do report up to the whole board, it
Yeah.
gives them an understanding,
Yep.
keeps them more accountable,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
But I agree with the steering, yeah.
And then I will say the one drawback though to having boards advise us and be aware that that's their position is sometimes they give us recommendations that we don't agree with, and then there can be a feeling of dissatisfaction and you guys aren't listening to us. So that's,
Interesting.
and I think that's okay. I think that's just a natural sort of rub that happens sometimes, but that's just something we should be aware of and know that it might happen if we go with that approach.
Yeah, and I know that what the city did is that some of their advisory committees report are departmental level committees and some of them are board level committees. And I think that that is not a bad idea. They
Yeah.
don't all have to be one flavor.
Right.
And,
Right.
and so that's part of it too. And so let's go back and go through. I don't know that we need to talk a whole lot about the budget committee. I think that all of our members are returning. Although we should check in with them again and the meeting cadence here says Q1 and Q2 in budget, in biennium budget years. They also meet an off year just for the purposes of
Salaries.
commissioner salary.
Correct.
And actually not just commissioner, it's all it's elected official salaries.
Once or twice.
Yeah.
In that on you.
In the odd year is just once or twice a year. Yeah. Any other discussion on the budget committee?
Are they fully, yeah, I think we just have to see if they're fully engaged, or do they consider themselves still on the committee? Do they not? That engagement with those who have.
Well, they do, the ones that are on the committee now, I think they all do.
I think that the only one that I would check in with, well, we may have to do some
I just
check in.
talked to them the other day.
And also,
Okay,
like, how long
yes.
is their,
It's,
how long is their term?
Chaz Jones,
oh,
budget committee, 4 years?
Unless they resign.
I don't know which one. I gotta believe it's 4, because I know we always have some return.
Yeah, I think it's 4.
I think it's 4 too, because I had.
4 as well?
I had, thank you for that correction. I believe it's 4 as well, because when I became a commissioner, we had to appoint that empty position, but
Yes. Turnover, most of our committees have term limits. I don't think the budget committee does.
I don't think it is.
And that's one of the questions. It's nice to have a long-term history, but it's also nice to have some level of turnover. So it's just a question for me for that one. And I'm very grateful that we do advertise those vacancies now. There was a time when we only just directly appointed it. And I think that from the standpoint of equity and
Yeah.
we need to promote that, just like any other committee. Charter review committee. When did it last meet? It says not applicable and I know.
I believe it was 2014, 2015.
Okay.
Something like that. So back in 2003, the charter was amended. At that point, the charter review committee was supposed to meet every 2 years. And we determined pretty quickly after I got here, we're talking about the same things.
Yeah.
Every year. It was term limits, it was districting, and should the sheriff be appointed?
Mhm.
They came up all the time. So, but if you go back in the history and look at, the charter was adopted 1972, back January 1st, 73, there were a number of charter amendments.
Yeah.
In the first 10, 13, 14 years, which makes sense.
Yeah.
As you're shaking out this new model, changes need to be made, and they happen. We're now, space it 51 years into this charter.
Mhm.
And so it works pretty well. So at this point, the chart at 2016, the charter was amended to say, 2003. It meets every 5 years or as determined by the board of commissioners or as otherwise determined. So, and at this point, there hasn't been any topic that has come before anybody to push the need for a charter review committee again.
Yeah.
Now, I will also clarify that we did have the charter amended in 2016, but that was because an outside group came to us, Dan Rayfield and Blair Bovier,
Yeah.
to amend the charter to include ranked choice votes.
Right.
So there's that mechanism. as well.
Yeah. So that was the last amendment, was 2016. No, it wasn't 2016. Was? Okay.
Was that one?
I was working on that campaign, but I wasn't elected yet. Okay. So part of my question with that body is, should we on an every 5-year basis be inviting people to participate? Or do we want it to be on an as needed basis?
I feel like as needed
Yeah.
is good.
Yeah, and I think like from the county administrator's responsibilities to the board reporting up, I should have some concerns or have the directors bringing this in saying, you know, I think you need to appoint the DNA. I don't think this should be a special election. And usually there's a list, so then we really have things that commission can work on. And I don't think they'll have any direction unless we have an idea that this is something that we want to clean up in our charter or
Yeah.
not, and then, so right now, I haven't, but I think Vance is the same way. Do you have anybody who's getting tied up because of a charter
No.
concern?
No, but to your first point, when the charter review committee is appointed, Board of Commissioners gives it its charge. And thou shalt look at term,
So it's not wide open.
but they have the freedom, once they convene.
Okay.
To examine any other issue.
Okay.
Which again explains, why we haven't had anything. There hasn't been anything that the board has said, we want them to look at this issue.
Well, I know that when and if it comes up again, I'd like to take a look at it for gender neutral language. But I just don't remember. I have it on my
We
desk.
cleaned up some language
Yeah.
last time through.
I don't remember.
Just that movement, so.
Yeah, I don't remember. So that's,
I guess my concern about the frequency of meeting is, somebody in theory is on this committee and they've forgotten about it, or, is there some kind of regular, contact?
No, they are appointed for that committee, and then once that committee issues its report or its recommendation, their
Okay.
term is done.
it's like a task force rather than a
Very much
commission.
so, an ad hoc committee, yes.
Ad hoc committees. I think that's the way, the appropriate title.
So I currently, I just double checked to see if I could find our charter on the new website and I can't find it.
Oh,
So that might be one of those things that needs to still make it over there.
Well, we are in the process of putting our whole code over. So you're gonna have a
Yeah,
Benton County Code.
Yeah.
The development code and the charter. They're each gonna have 3 standalone links.
Yeah.
So,
so I believe that I checked for like the pronoun stuff
mhm.
a couple years ago because I was interested in that and I don't think I read the entire charter. I mean, it's not that long, but if I'm remembering correctly, it didn't raise any concerns.
Okay,
but it's still worth just looking back over again.
Yeah.
And I guess so my 2 cents on whether or not we should have a charter committee just, come back every so often. I mean, I feel like if we are convening them, they're going to find things to change, whether or not we necessarily.
Yeah, no, I
So
understand.
it's like we're asking, it's almost like we're generating work that we might not have to do. So I would be okay only calling on that, to have a committee like that when there's specific direction we want to
Mhm.
give. Although question, if the Board of Commissioners decided, let's say it was something like pronouns and just said, we want to update the charter with pronouns, we could do that. We don't necessarily have to have a committee.
that's correct.
Okay.
That is correct. And I will throw up a cautionary red flag about appointing a committee and then not taking their recommendations. Getting back to Suzanne's earlier point, that is something we've struggled with through the years, is these committees that don't really have any purpose, these people lose interest. So they might have had an interest in another committee, but a poor experience or a less than, engaging experience has sort of cooled them on the participation with Benton County boards and committees. So from, having seen these committees ebb and flow over the years, it is important that when you do appoint them to a committee, or you do convene these committees that don't meet all the time, that they have a very defined purpose so that they know they're valued.
And I think we should rename it the Ad hoc Charter Review Committee. And some of them, we just need to convey what it is and that it's not a standing body.
I like that.
Well, and the trend is early on, a need for fairly regular meetings and I think early 2000s I was on it and we changed it from every 2 years to 5 years just because that fit what was coming in. And so I don't see any reason for convening it unless there's a good reason.
Yep.
I mean, it's in our back pocket if we need it. Get it going, but it's just our charter seems to be doing fairly well, so less and less need for this group.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
We have enough committees.
Yeah. So let's move on. The citizen advisory committees are prescribed, they're prescribed in state law in terms of what they do. It's part of the land use community development process. They are locally organized, but with our community development staff. And some are active and some are not. So
I personally wish that all of them.
I wish they were too.
Active, and I'm not quite clear on all of the reasons why some are not. I've heard varying reasons explained to me. But when I was on the planning commission, that was definitely, why are we not hearing from the CACs more? You know, why? Yeah, anyway, That would-
It's a little like the charter review committee. These were started in the mid-70s, Senate Bill 100 and zoning the state. And there were lots of meetings and what are you doing? How does this affect my property? And a lot of those questions have been answered. We're now in a more routine. So what we're probably active groups all around the county don't see the need to pay attention and I see, yeah, LC just is reviving them, but I guess I'd be careful about, you should be meeting and take up staff time and, well, why are we meeting?
it's both staff capacity and a local need or perceived need, in my view. And I think that there is real merit to engaging them as we move forward in terms of comprehensive plan review. So they definitely have a role there in terms of providing a kind of a local voice and maybe as a host for meetings in particular geographic areas. But again, that there's a capacity question in terms of community development's ability to do that. And I know we're talking about a contractor for community engagement, so that might help. I spoke to a couple of other commissioners from other counties and they really use their citizen advisory committees for representation from unincorporated communities.
Yeah.
So Tillamook, their citizen advisory committees are very active and they are the local voice for into county decision making for Seaside or for, whatever. So I think that's important, and that's where LC is really going with it. They need to have some sort of semi-official locally elected body in order to engage with the county on a regular basis. And South Benton was very active when I first was elected. South Benton has languished a bit because there's not any big development going on down there, and orchard tracks and water issues have kind of calmed down a little bit. But I'm glad that we have that structure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when I was on the planning commission, I heard from members of, inactive CACs that had said, well, staff has told us that they just don't have the time to help us. And some of our former staff, I did hear convey that message in public meetings saying, yeah, it would be great to get out to other parts of the county, but we just don't have the bandwidth, which I understand. And then I've also heard from staff, well, we've tried to organize them or we reach out and we don't hear anything back. And so, I'm sure it's a combination of all that stuff. I think ideally, it would be great if we could get them to meet 2 times a year or maybe even do an annual joint planning commission meeting. Yeah, I think
It's a good idea.
Benton County has been so reactive over the years that how are we supposed to be proactive if we're not even just meeting to say, hey, what's up?
So this is really a question for community development.
Absolutely. And again, we'll take this to leadership. We're gonna move this conversation and move this agenda forward. As far as, but again, trying to get, I'm hearing some of the goals of it. So this is the right meeting to be at.
So the Community Health Centers Board, I'm the liaison there. Nancy has also served in that role. And that board is governed by bylaws and also by the requirements of HRSA for a federally qualified health center. So it's not state mandated, but it is in essence a federally mandated.
Not in essence, it is.
It is right, it is a federally mandated board. So we should have some sort of notation there because it has specific requirements, and specific requirements in terms of membership. So that one is active. Needs some board training and support. But
Might not want.
no, they want it. They need it. They know. They also need more members. If that's a struggle, although I think they have just appointed a couple of new members. They're both Spanish language native speakers, various levels of English proficiency. So it's going to be a tall order to engage them fully, but I think they'll be very valuable additions to the board if they can be engaged fully.
How are members appointed?
They are appointed by the Health Center Board. The board has the responsibility with staff to recruit and vet and appoint. So, yeah. That is, again, it's an example of where staff probably needs a little bit of support, or if we had some more consistency and it had some sort of training that we've offered to all advisory boards, it might help support them as well. I don't know. Library board.
Okay, see.
Nancy and I have both served on that.
That's, they run it.
It's on autopilot. We appoint regularly.
So that's good, I think.
The Courthouse Preservation Committee, there's the Historic Courthouse Preservation Committee.
That's a different one.
And they haven't
Oh.
been since 18, so.
Okay,
Just
that's a
the
different committee.
preservation. This is
Okay.
The HCAC is the.
Oh, it's 24. I'm sorry. I was looking at January 18th.
Oh, okay, 2024. Okay, no, Nancy, they are considering the Courthouse Preservation Committee as the Historic Resources? No,
No.
that's different. Two different animals. Okay. See, even I'm confused.
Yeah.
So the Courthouse Preservation Committee is the one that reports to Public Works, and it's not our committee. We do not appoint that
Yeah.
committee.
And that's fine with me.
I do not know how people
Because
are
they-
appointed to it.
But we're the responsible department, but the BOC does not
No, the
have any
Public
role.
Works
who
is-
sits on.
Public Works is the responsible department.
Yeah, that's really all about facilities. It's what
Okay.
can you do to that structure?
And then, within the historic context, right?
Yeah. And that, in some ways, it seems like it should be a subcommittee of the Historic Resources Commission. Because, but whatever.
Or just facilities in general.
Yeah,
Well, and that's one that if you're thinking about making any changes, you might want to hold off until. we
yeah, oh yeah, I don't think we're gonna make,
Okay, yeah.
no changes right now.
A very different.
Not,
Yeah.
not that I want to create another committee, but I mean, if you really think about our joint relationship between the sheriff's office and the police department, that would also be a great area in Public Works to have an ongoing facility meeting.
Oh, about the law enforcement building?
Yeah, but it's facilities. I mean, we
Yeah.
had a conversation about LED lighting and
Mhm.
different priorities of why are we doing LED lighting, right?
Yeah. Or the gym. So. Yeah, that one I think is, other than maybe learning a little bit more about it so that we understand a little bit better how they work, that,
The preservation committee.
yeah.
Okay.
And then what is not listed is the Historic Resources Advisory Committee that Nancy's the liaison to. And is
Is
that,
that the Historic Courthouse Advisory Committee?
Historic Courthouse.
HCAC.
okay,
That is the ad hoc committee. Right.
Yes.
Right.
Originally, it was supposed to go less than a year and now we're over 2 years in. So.
yeah. It's in its third year. So that one is not listed. That one was, board members were recruited actively by,
Nate,
and Nate, yeah. It was Lynn.
Lynn, I kept wanting to say Linda. Linda's not, Lynn, yes.
Mhm. So we should add that in. And that one again has a limited lifetime. We don't know exactly what the lifetime is.
Whenever the final report is done, we can shake their hands and say, thank you so much. But I think they are, the people that are on that board or committee really care and they want to do a good job, but it, like we said, it was supposed to be short and it's being way stretched out. And I think people are sort of,
Losing energy.
yeah, when is this going to be done? Or when, when are we going to be to the good part where?
Yep.
we're- Yeah,
And staffing is another question, right?
Yeah.
So, DSAC, that's being changed as we speak.
The bylaws are being changed as well as applications are being collected for those who are applying to be on it, correct? You put out a
They're
public
being
notice.
collected, but I believe, yes, notice has been published.
Yeah, and I know that several people interested, and her question was, which bylaws should she be sending to them?
The draft?
Well,
No, wouldn't it?
I don't know that I do that because I don't know when you three are.
Yeah. So should we be recruiting if we don't have bylaws yet?
Well, if applicants are looking to look at the bylaws, then I think we should manage expectations. Amend the bylaws and then start interviewing.
yeah,
So that will be the process.
Clarifying question, we are redoing the bylaws. Are we starting over from scratch? Are we reappointing all people?
If people are in existing terms, we're keeping them.
Okay,
And those that have expired terms, been
You'll be
noticed that they're
interviewing for the
expired, they can
seats.
certainly reapply.
Okay.
And so that's it, but no one is being removed if they have an existing.
we're not just like scrapping and starting over. Okay,
Nope.
I was just making sure that.
Mhm.
so yes, I feel a sense of urgency on that one. I would love to see
We'll
those
see you.
bylaws amended as soon as we can.
We got the agenda meeting setting. We can
Yeah.
try to get it on the calendar the next couple weeks.
Yes, because I think the new bylaws should be the ones that go out to new members.
For sure, yeah.
So enterprise zone committee, my understanding is that meets as needed.
Yeah, which is not very often, and that's through Corvallis,
Yes,
right?
yep.
Yeah,
And, but we do have appointees to that committee. We appoint 2 or 3 seats.
are you on that?
That is, I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah, Rachel's
I'm
on
it, and there
Okay.
has been no meetings.
Yeah.
So
It's, some years there's not.
it's been a while. I've only met the young man once
Christopher.
and he's been in place for about 6 months.
Mhm, yeah.
Actually, the former chair came and introduced me
Mhm,
and he did give us a presentation up, but we have not had a formal meeting.
yeah. That one should pick up again, I think, but right now it's kind of dormant. Environment and Natural Resources Advisory Committee, we have the expert in the room. Sean, if you want to come up to the table, you're most welcome to. This is. I know NRAC meets monthly. I'm not sure what they do, and we don't engage with them anymore. We used to engage with its predecessor committee on a regular basis. And there was an annual event and community had some role in suggesting the focus for the committee, and there were awards, and we had stopped doing all of that. So I'm curious about how it's going.
It's been challenging, and a lot of the reasons because of how you started this one. Lori and Greg and you created the new ones, you said it was a attachment directly.
Yeah.
from this. And that's led to a lot of confusion.
Mhm.
In the first instance, my comments are resolved because the expectation, I'm huge on expectations.
Yeah.
You interview, I don't know what the right verb is, but you interview these candidates. And from that point forward, they just thought you 3 would tell them to do, but that's not how it was set up. And so there was a lot of confusion. Now we've kind of gotten a new set of people, and it's actually getting very, it's getting exciting. They're getting an understanding that they get to actually do what they want. You're not gonna tell them what to do. So we've lost several members because of that confusion. That's why it's been great for me to be on now to make that expectation very clear. For the members' perspective, that you're not gonna be telling them. And plus, this one's really weird because there's not just one department, there's actually 5. In the bylaws, it's health, public works, NABE, community development, and then the sustainability program, which at the time it was written was still under community development. So that's just kind of hanging there. So this is a little weird one because it's not, well, number one, you're not directing them. It's not like the planning commission. Hey, you know exactly what you're doing in the planning. Like this one is, what do you want to do? So we met yesterday. And so what one of the big campaigns that they want to do is to extend the coalition, the sustainability coalition ship together, and they, which is really great. You and I have talked about what are the legal requirement or boundaries. So they're building what they're looking for, but I think it kind of sprinkles into a lot of these commissions, like, what are the expectations of them? What are the expectations of you? And just to be abjectly transparent and upfront from the very first meeting to say this is exactly what it is and what it's not. And so now that they have that expectation, I am overtly saying these things. That we're gonna go to Darren, we're gonna go to Gary, we're not going to you until something happens. I think in my conversation with Lori and Greg beforehand, the predecessor EAC, I don't want to say overstepped their bounds, but they basically did. Okay, they did. I'm trying to be like this. They did, and it just kind of turned into, you know, Josh, why aren't all this fleet and all, and just kind of telling you what to do as opposed to recommending or that. So there's no good or bad. There's just pros and cons of detaching whatever, however you want to describe you from that. But I'm the more, if I could recommend, the more explicit expectations are laid out at the very beginning. A lot of these committees, I think, would go a long way in just understanding and making it a little bit clearer. So they have that investment, I think, again, how the conversation starts. Didn't mean to take that much time, but it really has been a couple of reasons, and plus the environment. It's everything under the sun.
Yeah.
Literally, like,
Yeah.
literally, they can do anything and still be under that venue as opposed to it.
Well, and here, this is where one of my big questions comes in. Some of the most effective advisory committees are where, yes, they have a very clear mandate, very clear purpose. The Hope Advisory Board is one of those that, you know, at least initially, in that first chunk of time, the work was very clear and everyone felt very empowered. So with NRAC and with the number of different departments involved, what is the level of engagement from the other departments, or is it all on you?
It varies. So like last year, one of the big things was water. I know that's a few, but now that's going to be under the comp plan, like 15 chapters. Of the comp plan. So those interests, and so they did the research and provided that to Darren.
Okay.
We teamed up with a professor at OSU on community forums. Their class came up with a whole list of opportunities that they could do. Jesse's using that for the property we're getting in Alsea. So that was a really cool thing that we would never have approached that if it wasn't for NRAC. Did it change policy? No, but it is an opportunity for that too. So it kind of varies. I would say by far it's Jesse, Darren, sorry, David. Redevelopment. I think that's also the personalities of the two individuals, not just but it's just they're interested in those kinds of things. Like, hey, can we do this differently? How can we do that? So I think it's a two-way street. Just because they're hammered and it was COVID, I've never really talked to Sarah at Health, Sarah Harcine, any of those. They just haven't been engaged with us. They're just attendants.
Yes.
And so and the interest of NRAC just isn't. So.
Yeah, this is an example of where I agree with Nancy. It would be very useful to maybe get a one-page summary on an annual basis of the kind of project level support that this advisory committee is providing to departments and the role they're playing. so that we can recognize those people as well and understand how they're contributing.
And I think that would go along. I really do. Again, just. I've been explicit that they're not reporting to you directly, but having conversations with these and the fact that that report, that community force is actually being used, they were really excited about that. But to have just a venue, even if it's 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
To present to you, especially what they're trying to do with the Shift Together campaign, there's a lot of exciting stuff there. So I would agree, that would be nice for them to just feel recognized.
And I think it was mentioned earlier, but 6 years ago, and I think it was an annual event to it seemed like it was a dinner and recognize our committees and advisory boards and that gives at least an annual
Yeah. I like that.
place for contact and show that we appreciate volunteers putting their time in to help the county. And some kind of recognition, I think would be good, and that gives all of us a chance to put names to faces and kind of informal chat, and so I would recommend getting that back on our agenda.
I really like that. I agree with that. I attended that one time. It was meaningful. Vance, I gotta see Vance's bingo skills. So,
Yeah, we filled it at a Darren out at the fairgrounds as well.
Yeah.
Um,
And it died with COVID.
it died with COVID.
yeah.
Yep. But I think that was a useful annual opportunity to thank all of our community volunteers. And for us to, as you both said, to stay in touch with those community members that are providing that service.
Well, and it gives a chance for different, when we have all these committees that we barely know exist, and let the wider community and know the breadth of advisory groups that we have.
Yep. Pat, do you want to take the lead on Fair Board?
Sure. I think it meets regularly. There's a little bit of a problem with staff turnover and making things relatively smooth, but a good solid group. I think currently there aren't any vacancies, and at least half the members are more than half involved in the fair, and so even in January talking about, well, what's the entertainment? I think you're working on the theme for our next fair, so I think it's a good solid group, and will be helpful to have sustained staff.
Yes.
Because there is some concern with both the Fair Board and the Fair Foundation about what's going on, why like Jeremy was there for 4 months or something like that. Finance stole them. Well, that's not true. He was a better fit. He wanted to move and was a better fit, but somehow, well, how come the county isn't taking better care of us and concerns?
That's understandable. From the Fair Board standpoint, one of my long-standing interests, and it's difficult because the Fair Board has its own culture and tends to be self-replicating, is that a large portion of the members of the attendance at the fair tends to be from our Hispanic community, and there is no representation on the Fair Board at all for the Spanish-speaking community. And I would love to see that. But again, you've got to have the right board chair and the right staff leadership in order to make that change happen. Just something that I've been very conscious of. So, but I don't think that we need to make any changes there other than making sure that it has solid staffing and that the Fair Board needs are being met. And it's an area where we have, it is state mandated and we do have an agreement between the Fair Board and the Board of Commissioners, a formal agreement about how we operate and interoperate and what people's lanes are. And I think we probably need to go back and review that at both the Board of Commissioners level and at the Fair Board level at some point, just.
Yeah, if you feel the need, I mean, things are going smooth right now.
Yeah, no, but, we should, everyone needs to know. I agree. I don't want to light any fires.
Pick that scab?
No, I don't want to pick it, not right now, but I think that at some point it's probably worthwhile.
Yeah, I think the greatest benefit, if you don't look at that agreement, is just look at those bylaws, because those bylaws would change to reflect the
Yes.
agreement and the mediation. We actually had mediation.
Yes.
The Fair Board and the Board of Commissioners, because we've gotten so acrimonious. But one thing I want to add to Matt's comments, this to me is the perfect example of a well-functioning board because it knows its purpose.
Yes.
And its purpose is spelled out every year.
Yep.
And so you always have people, we never have problems getting folks to apply for this board. So this is, exhibit A for why a clearly spelled out purpose that is continually reinforced is advantageous, both for the members and for our organization.
I agree. And it's most analogous to the Community Health Centers Board in terms of the way it's established and its role as a co-governance with the County Board of Commissioners. I did not think that the Fair Foundation was ours. That's a nonprofit foundation. It's not
Okay,
ours.
that's what I was wondering. Yeah.
The only thing I would say is probably a county employee probably helps set up those meetings for them. Am I wrong?
I don't
Or
think
they
so.
sell,
I don't think so.
Like, open the door.
No, we hosted at our facility, but
yeah,
I don't know.
it's an evening event, so.
They are separate.
Yeah, they're an entity of their own.
The membership tends to be, get off the Fair Board and, why don't you
Okay.
come to the Fair Foundation?
So we'll take that off.
And, sometime recently, got a report that the Fair Foundation has contributed over $1 million, to the fair for projects or matching dollars, or, so it's a good resource for getting projects done at the fairgrounds.
It's like Friends of Natural Areas and Parks, like a front. It's another friends group, but it's even more formal in terms of its foundation.
But they have their own finances.
Right.
And so I think it's accurate that they're not. Okay.
Yep. Food Service Advisory Committee seems to be chugging along. They have a lot of new membership from downtown and other restaurateurs and food people and
I think they just filled out their board recently.
Yes. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
They're now fully up and running.
we had someone downtown that was recruiting other members and so they've got, they're populated. And Historic Resources Commission, I think they're also chugging along and they're
Yeah.
very productive. They have good staff support and they know what they're about and they contribute really relevant and helpful expertise. Hope.
I've got an issue with hope. Crying out loud, why in the world are they meeting 700 years in the future?
27, 23.
That's.
27, 23 is-
Lifespan.
That is very.
That's a good one, though.
I will say, so it says quarterly, unless that was a super new
It's-
change we
yeah,
just made with the new bylaws, which I don't think it is.
No.
We are meeting every month,
Yeah.
and that was one of those ones where from some, they're wasn't a lot of work to do. And so they asked the Board of Commissioners, is it okay to meet every other month? And we said, yes. And that happened like 2 times. And then all of a sudden, we just went back to meeting every month without any sort of, oh, by the way, we're going away from what the board said and.
Okay.
I don't remember
supposed to meet
saying
with-
every other month.
I'll be meeting with Julie like next week, I think,
Mhm.
so I'm gonna.
That'd be a good conversation about
I think
April.
that makes a lot of, I also love the 4 to 6 meetings on Fridays. We meet.
Yeah, well, now, are they gonna be on Fridays now, or is it gonna go back to Wednesdays? I think they did say Friday. I don't know. Yeah,
That was like.
to be determined.
Yeah, a lot of the committees that meet monthly do not, in fact, meet every month, because if there's a real light agenda month, they do not meet.
So been meeting every month.
Well, I think
Oh, yeah.
I think it's better to say monthly and then and cancel as needed.
If they will not cancel it, it will not be canceled.
It's on hiatus right now.
They will find stuff to fill on the agenda.
It's a very robust meeting that we're on. Ish, not robust.
Well, and now with the new, things have been restructured, so I'm feeling better about the direction that we're going now. I'll say that.
I will get the clarity from.
That sounds good. Lurk doesn't exist.
Well, let's just say it.
Yeah, well, yeah, what does it take to abolish a committee? It's not our committee, it's the sheriff's.
No, it is yours.
It is ours?
It is yours.
Okay, this one is ours.
Yours, so if you wish to abolish it, then we just bring forward an agenda item that you wish to disband. This particular.
I would like.
And we'd like to have a conversation with the sheriff.
Yes.
The sheriff sets up his own.
Yep.
Yeah, I was, so right now, so we don't have any sort of oversight committee for the sheriff's office?
Well, you do have a committee, you just have nobody appointed. There's terms of law since.
Have we had any complaints that would have gone to this committee?
No, since the last time you were on, which was.
10 years ago.
Is there a process to make a complaint right now to a
Yes.
committee?
Yes.
And what is that?
No, it goes to the, I'm gonna say that. This sergeant, then the sheriff, and then the committee. So if somebody makes a complaint, it has to go up the hierarchy.
Right, and then so in the city of Corvallis, all they do is review to see if the police chief's decision was arbitrary and
This one goes
Okay,
as well.
same. That is important for us to have. And I know we were kind of talking about this. I guess I didn't realize that they just weren't completely, that they were just
think
dust in the
I
wind.
think that it's a conversation and a project for the sheriff to have discussions with us of how we can set up some sort of review committee,
Sure.
what it should look like. I mean, at this point, this is before body cams.
Yes.
So there's a whole process where
Yes.
they have to review the body camera footage before it's even brought to.
Depending on what the complaint involved.
Correct, right?
Mhm.
And this is, our wonderful sheriff did say in his interview, I'm pretty sure that this is something he's.
Yeah, he did.
And I know he did some work towards it and then I'm not sure what happened. I don't remember. I think he told us at some point and then it was like, oh, well, the bond's this big heavy lift every night, go to these meetings. The bond is behind us.
Yep, it's
The
time.
other
So-
one that we
And
had,
swap it out. Would that be the idea? Swap in a new?
I don't know.
I
What I'm
think
saying is we need, to ask him to get back on this. And then I'll just note that the other thing that we asked that he said he would look into is Kalia. And it's been over 3 years and
What is
he
it?
is the Commission on
Law enforcement.
accreditation for law enforcement. Yeah, so it's accreditation. It's the highest level of accreditation that a law enforcement agency can receive.
And there are 2 CALIA certified departments here. One is Corvallis and the other is Albany. And when Jeff came in, he said he wanted to go for the CALIA certification because it's a higher standard than the Sheriff's Association, but the CALIA does not include jails. And the Sheriff's Association certification does. So there are pros and cons. And what he promised us was that he would put together a pros and cons analysis. So I think we need to go back and request that. And I'd love to also request an update on the review process for complaints. Because he's told me about it and there's a web, form to fill out and it's described on the website. But just to have him walk us through it and, how often does it get used? And
Sounds like an agenda.
yes, I think that it would be a useful agenda item. And then we can move forward to asking about the LURC and whether he still has plans for a community advisory committee and whether they can be one and the same,
Yeah.
which is what I think he was envisioning.
Yes, when he and I chatted quite a while ago now.
Yeah.
That's what he had in mind. It was a committee that could perform all functions. And it makes a lot of sense because now they have a purpose.
Yeah.
And they're not reviewing.
Exactly. So keep them engaged over time. And I think that it would also provide a group of people who were knowledgeable about jail, for instance, and able to help be ambassadors on their private time when they're not serving as advisory committee members.
Yeah, you need to clarify that.
Yes, absolutely. MADAC. This is one where they were so confused and conflicted about who they were advising that they asked explicitly for a board liaison, and that's why I've been attending their meetings. In the latest legislation addressed Measure 110 in the last session, there was clarification that the behavioral health resource networks needed to be have some oversight from the mental health addictions and developmental disabilities advisory committees at the local public health authority. So all of a sudden there was kind of a new semi-mandate in state law that these committees have a role. And this is part of what Damien has been working on in terms of upgrading and updating. I think he's talked to each of you about the fact that he's meeting with the co-chairs of MADAC.
He is not.
Oh, he hasn't?
Nope.
Okay. He is going to be meeting with the co-chairs of MADAC to talk about bylaws and about clarifying role. And I personally, to my mind, the biggest need for this committee is, well, it's twofold. One is that it's too much material and distinct programmatic activity to cover effectively in a 1.25 hour meeting. So the proposal is to split into have one committee with 3 subcommittees, one for mental health, one for addictions, and one for developmental disabilities, so that they can work on those programmatic areas and really focus in and provide better data to the committee members on those topics, and then meet quarterly as a joint body in order to be able to discuss the issues that affect all 3 and where there's interaction between the different service areas. So that's the model that they're looking at. And Damien is the lead person, but it also is Jasper Smith, and I can't remember the name of the addictions lead person off the top of my head. So there's incredible community interest. We always have a lot of applicants for these positions. We have high attrition because they don't feel like they are useful. And it's an example of another committee where data and presenting data on a regular basis, just a snapshot of the programs is a high demand from our constituents, from community members. And we have not been able to staff-wise meet that demand. So, yeah.
So this also is a community that very much like the community health centers, there are specific described seats. So finding specific individuals to fill the described seats sometimes can be a challenge. And some of those seats can be revolving doors. I will also point out that this is one of the very rare committees we have which over time, its functions have increased, its purpose has become more and more sharpened in terms of focus, as opposed to like a citizen advisory committee where maybe the purpose was clear back in 1989. But so I really think the idea that is put forward to have 3 subcommittees is a fantastic, because it's way too much.
Yeah.
Way too much. And I can tell you, having interacted with, staff and with Damien, it's overwhelming.
Mhm.
They have enough to do already, and then trying to manage a committee that is literally bursting at the seams with ideas and work to do is doubly difficult.
Well, I think that this is where, again, when we were putting together goals for you and for previously Joe last year, why we talked about that joint goal, because there's a need for staff guidance to people that staff advisory committees. How much of their time should they be spending on advisory committees? How important is it to the department and to the board? And I don't think we're providing, very good guidance at this time, about that. Natural Areas and Parks Board, they're rock stars. They do great work. They know what they're about. They are very constructive. Planning Commission, I don't think we need any discussion.
No, just quickly, the discussion as well is when we're looking at staffing in some future state, just to throw it out there. A lot of commissions do have attorneys who attend that, and you're talking about adding legal capacity.
No, I used to go to these.
Capacity with land use, I just feel like those set of eyes, as opposed to just an employee who works in community development, it has to get to that
Yeah,
level. We just have a lot on the line, and it's something that Vance brought to me that would be, again, building capacity, especially with, since how much do we use on outside consultants, that this would be, I think, a really, from a risk perspective, a really good investment.
I would add to maybe Historic Resources Commission
Yeah.
when there is an application before them, having that legal. Person there.
And again, if we ever want to look at a hiring board or something along those lines in the HR platform, as well as some sort of advisory board or with equity, DEI work. That is something else I would implant, some sort of skill set in that area, especially with our labor negotiations and HR interactions. So that's future state. It's not even on this list.
Good comments. Property Value Appeals Board, recently renamed, is doing fine. And Public Health Planning Advisory Committee, PPAC, is not meeting, and that's another one. I think that we not need to toss it back to April and Sarah, but not until they have their a little bit more stability in the department. And to me, as I've watched them work over the years, the Healthy Communities team is the one that could really use some sort of, and perhaps an advisory body, but they are so community engaged that maybe they don't need a meeting. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't even remember what this committee did. Like, looking at PPAC and MADAC, those, I remember them being administered by Mitch Anderson years and years ago, and they were both functional. I don't know what this one does, and the fact that it hasn't met in 5 years is pretty indicative that they didn't know either.
Well, PPAC, they were falling apart for about a year and a half before they fell apart. And they were coming to us and trying to figure out how to make themselves more relevant. And I think that we don't need to find work for anyone to do. I think that it makes more sense to just suspend it at this point in time. Yeah.
Which would be an action, of the board, but we also have a county equity committee that is spearheaded in the health department.
And that's an internal committee.
And
Yeah.
that's an internal committee. Okay.
And that's a whole nother conversation, is those internal committees. And back when, after approving the Thriving Communities 2040 vision, we tasked Sean and Vance and Greg with coming up with a better kind of a interweaving of the 2040 values with our committees, but that never really worked. And I still don't think
Yeah, the 2040 was too embryonic at that time.
Yeah.
To weave those
Yeah,
concepts into.
and that was the only one was explicit, because that's only 10. of the
Right.
that You developed, but you're right. And plus, not everyone in transportation is 10,
Yeah.
but that's some of them, so yeah, it was, Enric was on target, was specific. but talking
Yeah.
about principles.
And then for historical sake, when I first started on the Board of Commissioners, there was also a transportation advisory, a roads advisory committee. And a bicycle advisory committee. And we got rid of both of those. We decided that what was much more functional in that arena was ad hoc committees as needed. So if we do get to the point where we're designating freight routes and bike routes, we need to have a transportation ad hoc advisory committee. So.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on that, all of these committees, except for those with the asterisks, could be ad hoc committees, and I don't know. I think we might have all discussed this a couple of years ago, that it's possible to really streamline the number of boards and committees we have. Put a number of them off on the shelf and really redesignate them as ad hoc committees. Resurrect them when there's a specific project or a need. So don't forget that that is an option as you're mulling these.
Yes.
committees.
And I think, we should be asking ourselves just before, if we don't want to get too far into like squishing stuff around and trying to move it and make it fit something that it wasn't meant to be. At some point, we might just want to take a step back and say, what is the work that we need help with?
Yes.
And just kind of restart,
Yeah.
But I don't know if we need to do that at this point, but just something to keep.
Yeah, I think we just need to keep an eye on it and I am all for creating, when we create new committees, creating them as limited duration or ad hoc, or task forces so that, they don't become perpetual committees. Some of them that we need. But going through this is helpful. A PPAC is the only one that I can see easily as just, okay, that
We could do something.
we can dispense with that.
Yeah.
For now, but we need to consult.
I think the other important piece of information that we don't have in front of us right now is what is this costing the county? I mean, in staff time, in resources, like what resources does this use? Obviously, a lot of staff time.
The question.
And are
to
some
the
of these
departments-
boards more staff intensive,
Mhm.
less? What's the bang for the buck,
Yeah,
the cost benefit?
definitely.
Mhm. The STIP Advisory Committee is a newer statutory committee.
Statute.
It
Yes, it is.
It is. It doesn't have an asterisk next to it, but it is a statutory committee.
So we need to add an asterisk.
We need to add an asterisk. And it's a blended committee. And I think they're still struggling a little bit to find their feet because they're so focused on funding and not focused on the what is it?
Program delivery.
Yeah, the program delivery and services. And I think they have a dual role and I don't know that they're meeting the dual role.
Mhm.
They're still pretty new though, so they might.
And I know that we lost, Lisa Scherf lost Brad Dillingham. And Lisa's also planning on retiring. So I think we're,
Holy cow.
yeah,
Those are two big holes to fill.
we're at a, she is put off her retirement because of Brad's departure. That's my understanding. So I think that we need to, be thinking in public works. Rachel, I don't know what Gary's thinking. We had conversations, prior to, or when Gary first came on about taking back, that Brad's position. And does it make sense for the county to have their own transit staff person? Because it's, sometimes like, working with the wet noodle because we're working with, the city's transit staff in order to accomplish programmatic goals that we have and to use the funding that comes through us. So I think that down the road, I don't think this is an urgent thing at all, although the staffing transitions may make it more urgent. But it's another area where we have an IGA with the city because we paid for that staff position at the city, Brad's position. So, yeah.
I think that's definitely a good conversation to have. I wouldn't be surprised if in the end we still go with that just because they do so much and we have such a small slice of life.
Oh, we have a huge part.
But it's a good, it's always good
Control the
to,
dollars.
exactly, and it's always good to have the conversation.
And for the supported transportation piece of it, the city doesn't complain. I mean, people don't complain to the city. They complain to us, Yeah.
About that, people complain to the city about other stuff.
Yes, yeah. But that's just to flag it as a future issue. And then the Willamette Criminal Justice Council. It is our local public safety coordinated council. It is another statutory committee. And it,
Is it ours or is it the district attorney's?
It's confusing. The bylaws need to be redone. And there is an IGA that was put together between us and Adair Village and Philomath to fund it, and the OSU contributes to funding it. And the IGA that I have that Teresa found a copy of we don't have a signed copy. There is a treasurer that actually has a role that plays a true function. It's been Rick Hine from the credit union. He's just retired. And then we have no staff right now. We have an interim limited duration staff person. And we had a discussion about whether that position really belonged to the district attorney's office. The gal that has filled that role has also played a grants management role for two other key programs in the district attorney's office. So the decision was to leave it there. However, the local public safety coordinating council is in a different places in every county you look at. Some of them it's in the Board of Commissioners office. Some of them it's under the sheriff. Some of it's under DA. That's unusual. This is not a common place for it. But here, it was our local district attorney that actually created this council prior to, Pete Sandrock created it, I think, just prior to the state mandate. So it was in place already, and he was the one that was fired up and passionate about creating it. So they have potentially a really important role because they are the systems review committee for law enforcement. They should be the ones that are involved in any future justice systems improvement. They should be the ones that are responsible for any, data review and continual improvement. And in some counties, it's an incredibly functional body. In others, it's not. Here, it's primarily an information sharing table, and it's a rubber stamp for a couple of grant proposals that go to the state. The JRI dollars and for the juvenile department dollars. There's never any real discussion. There's never any real substantive partnership conversation. And part of that is because the membership is too large, and the membership is structured in a weird way with a full committee and a lay committee. And there's not real clarity about the function of the lay committee. It hasn't met for 8 or 9 months. So there's a bunch of structural issues. And so I've been working with the executive committee of that body because I serve on that. And I was the past chair and working with Jeff and with Shannon Anderson, OSU police chief, and with others on the executive committee. What the intent is to conduct a sequential intercept mapping exercise, get a better sense for where some of the gaps are in the system and put together a new strategic plan and then use that as a springboard to rewrite the bylaws. But that's kind of the big picture plan.
Has Ryan Joslin been involved in these conversations? Because it's the next.
He has not, and I would like to sit down and talk to him. I'd like to make an appointment and talk to him.
Critical to.
Yes.
Yeah, I've spoken to John Haroldson about it, but I need to talk to Brian about it. John has been, when I first became the board appointee to this council, John Haroldson was extremely actively involved. He has been not engaged for the last year.
So here's a question that I would ask John. And that would be, do you want this to be kind of your last big project that you accomplish before you are out of office? Or do you want it to be the first big project of the new DA?
Yeah.
And if so, then let's get Ryan on board and get,
I think
Get
it's
his
gonna
buy-in.
be Ryan. But yeah, that's a good question.
I think with somebody, I'm happy to do it, but you seem much more into it. Somebody should, I think, should flat out ask the current district attorney and just get, a clear answer.
Just, yeah,
And if he says, I don't want to do it now, that's fine. Like,
Yeah.
we just need to know.
no, I don't think it's gonna happen before he's, the pace changes slow. I don't think we're gonna be ready as an executive committee to make these moves before he's ready to.
So,
wrap it up.
yeah, I
But
guess,
I will ask him.
sure. And I guess, my point is if there's buy-in from him, that just makes things easier.
So I think the next steps with this exercise is obviously we got to scrub this a little bit, and then I'd like to bring it to the directors at our next leadership meeting to also kind of point by point kind of go through these and have a discussion. and what the future state is. So I think it'll be a good conversation to start looking at it, and, maybe we'll even invite Vance to come as well and see.
I have another question. For those committees where one of us is a liaison, formal or informal, or where we are an appointed member,
I'm gonna ask more about, yeah.
what do you as fellow board members want from me as a liaison? And am I providing enough information about what's going on, say, on the Community Health Centers Board or the WCJC?
I think that's a decision that I think we need to make more as a board.
Right.
Is, are we gonna have times for information sharing? And it just seems like the majority of our meetings that gets cut.
Or it just says information sharing, and maybe there's a subtitle of updates on
Boards and
what
committees.
your activities, and even if there is no update, it's,
You can just
yeah,
say,
right?
Yeah.
Right?
That would be very useful.
I think it's a good lens for people to understand some work. that
Yep,
you guys
but
are
if we're gonna officially put that on our agenda, we need to know so that we can be prepared to, not just, I don't wanna show up and be like, oh, I'm supposed to tell you about HRC, okay?
Not a problem. We can do that. Yep.
Well, I appreciate this exercise and trying to get everything on one page, which is a challenge. Just what we were talking about, it would be helpful to me if we could designate, okay, this is a BOC, and this is the current liaison person from the board to this committee. And also, it was mentioned earlier, there's these two committees, DSAC and MADAC, that have prescribed membership. That's not as find a willing community member. It's find a willing community member that fits this designation. So I guess there would be at least three, the Community Health Centers Board. And to me, that would be useful, just another double asterisk or some other symbol that says these are prescribed
Yeah.
members.
Historic Resources is the same way.
One other little thing, like I heard you laugh, so somebody mentioned the internal committees.
I know,
And
I was thinking going, do we
I
need another spreadsheet? with
No,
that?
well-
Yeah.
Well, I just want to clarify my understanding where if it's an internal committee that's advisory to the departments answer to you, so we do not need to be involved with that.
No, but it would be nice to have a list.
Just so we know, I guess.
Well,
but-
even for myself, to be
Sure.
honest with you,
Yeah.
my first approach, when, you come in, you ask to look at the org chart, you try to understand
Yeah,
individual directors' responsibilities. I've been rolling out a project tracker. We're nuancing it to make it work across different disciplines. Obviously, you looked at the IT's tracker, it's a lot more complicated and thematic, and which is really helpful, and maybe that's the larger goal. I'm just trying to get everybody to report out directly in a consistent way.
Mhm.
And then also, what's a project? Where are you just on a board? Darren's a great example. He's been listening to this conversation. He's loving this board conversation, just so you know. It's like, I'm so glad you're having it. But, he's also serving on boards that have a regional, we have regional projects that we're working on. But what is your role? Are we showing up? Are we not showing up? Right? So it gives a little bit more flavor of what we're talking about, especially as someone who came
Yeah.
outside. We use a lot of acronyms. And sometimes I'm like, let's slip. Like,
yeah.
so, I think it's hard for when people want to get more involved, what it is and things like that. So-
I know Sean has something to say, but that also points out the fact that we do have the Sustainable Materials Management Planning Task Force, which is not on this list.
Is it considered an advisory committee? Is it, are we,
It
do you
will,
appoint?
we will, I don't know whether we are formally appointing members.
Will, I think Darren is gonna confirm
Yes.
back that.
And it will have, it should have a charter.
It, will have
Maybe-
charge, should have a
Mhm.
charge.
Yeah, so that's, yeah,
And so the expectation is, well, the conversation we've had is that will roll into, overarching solid waste advisory.
eventually, yeah.
Yeah, to reflect, the reality.
Yeah.
Forward from 2024.
Yeah.
And that's got juice. It's moving.
Yes,
It's moving. It's
but it
moving.
just needs to be on the list somehow and yeah, if we are appointing.
Good. And I guess I would, another sort of afterthought, and I'll just use the WCJ, the Willamette Criminal Justice Council as an example, you know, that one's obviously one that needs a lot of changes. And I think just making sure that we involve like the Board of Commissioners
Mhm.
in any updates. and
Absolutely.
How that's going versus falling back on just like the
Yes.
liaison is the only
Yes.
person that knows what's.
Yes.
So.
And I really like the idea of having regular report outs as part of our meetings where we do info sharing because of the fact that there hasn't been a good way to do that. You know, I haven't wanted to go to you one by one and there hasn't been a place for it.
Yeah.
No, and again, this is a difficult area because you know, we have DAs not running, we have a new DA coming in. And he may be holding back on his own priorities a little bit, right? So that's gonna be.
Yeah, okay.
For an elected official, if that's gonna report.
Yep. I'll have a couple of those conversations and clarify.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
yeah, sounds good.
right.
Internal.
Oh, I didn't share what the internal committees are.
Okay, we can list, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm just.
Oh, you have it.
Yeah, I
Oh.
can show up the internal ones,
Right.
equity, health and all areas. So.
Yeah.
I don't like 5%.
Yeah.
Only 5 years.
Only, yeah.
Good, okay. And the coffee club, don't you, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Okay.
The safety committees by department, building.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, like,
yeah.
some of these are highly specific.
Yeah,
Right.
they're very functional. Yeah. But that is another conversation, I think. We do have lunch here. We could grab lunch and go through county administrative priorities as we do that.
Okay,
If you're okay with that?
yeah, I have no problem.
Thank you, Vance. Thank you, Sean. We did.
Good. So it's probably here, right?
It is.
Yes.
It's been here for, yeah.
On to, I mean, we can see.
Meeting from here on out.
We were muted. We're taking a 5-minute break.
Yeah. There.
10 times the charm.
Thank you. That was a long 5 minutes, but we are back in place and we are continuing our meeting with a review of county administrator priorities.
Okay.
Now that you've been in
PowerPoint.
office for what,
5 months?
5 months?
It's 5 months. So as we move towards like a 6-month goal setting review for myself, I kind of wanted to talk about some of our priorities as we move forward. So when I started, it was really important to me that as an organization, we are an employer of choice. So some accomplishments that have gotten across us is we have completed a compensation study for our management, confidential and managerial employees. This was a complicated process. It wasn't just a simple salary study, it is a market study. And ultimately, the board saw that resolving these compression issues within the sheriff's office needed to be addressed immediately and equitably, as well as the board also approved recommendations for non-represented employee compensation plan to align with the market and for employee clarity. I think this really helps with morale, great accomplishments by our team. You have a strong management team that I've observed, so I really fully support the compensation plan and the work that we've done. And then we move, of course, to, as you know, we are in union negotiations and we are very pleased how they're moving forward and looking forward to hopefully bringing you a package as we move forward towards the finish line. As an employer of choice, one of our core values is DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. It is something that most of our people that we are interviewing want to know that we are an organization that cares. And how do we align that within our departments and our goals? And really, what does it mean? We do a fabulous job in the health department addressing many of our health equity issues. However, I believe the organization, since this position has been created, we have had 2 DEI coordinators. It's time to look and reassess and make sure that we're really hitting those key goals, specifically also in human resources, which I think is super important. We have compliance issues with language access, but really many organizations have done a lot of research on it personally and thoughtful work. There's a team at the BOC, there's a team out there. Really, what do we need? So probably in the next 2 to 3 weeks, we have a draft RFP, request for proposal, to work with some outside consultants, thought leaders, what do we need as an organization to identify? DEI has changed so much, even the last few words. It wasn't even called DEI, it was called EDI. It's been called diversity. I mean, there's been a few different acronyms with it, and it's just evolving. But mostly, again, my focus is to make this an inclusive and equitable workforce. We want proper training. We want it to be a space of the why. Why are we doing these things? Whether it's a state mandate or it's because this is what we want as an organization. And that really goes down to things like how we're building out our bathrooms. Are they all gender bathrooms? Are there the right facilities for our female and our community members to have access to things like, I'm just going to say it, sanitary napkins and tampons that should be free and available in all county office buildings. There is public engagement opportunities. And how are we going to really, how are we factoring that in our community engagement process? Which again, still has to be evolved. It will come out through the BOC of what we want to look at it. And I'm really looking forward to seeing where that goes. As you know, the county administrator right now has about 19 direct reports. In an organization of this size, that just isn't something we can do. With the thoughtful leadership of my predecessor, as well as the Board of Commissioners, you had budgeted an assistant county administrator. We have had 2 rounds of interviews. We have more interviews this Friday. All of you have generously made your schedule available. But I wanted to talk a little bit about what would the assistant county administrator do. Obviously, if I'm traveling or incapacitated, that individual would be the acting county administrator. There's a lot of areas you can go in a county administrator world. You can, that person could be very policy oriented, that person could be operation focused, they could also be very administrative focused, but really it is that right hand that is super important and needed, just really from a capacity issue. Because then there's the soft goals that I really want to talk about, that I've talked to all of you about, is like creating that visibility and transparency with our constituents. And really hyper focus on this individual, help me align performance metrics with our strategic plan. We're not there yet, and it is, government takes time. And again, we are a group of wonderful managers with personalities, but trying to streamline that process so it's so much easier when I report up to you or they report up to you, that we're on that common individual. Obviously, I've talked about tracking performance metrics, and it's really just a question of having that capacity to work with a thought leader that will really handle some of this. And when you have your interviews tomorrow, you'll see, you can see 3 different directions of their strengths and weaknesses, and I'm really looking forward to your feedback. So these are also accomplishments, and lots of these projects take up a tremendous amount of our work during the week. And of course, you know about Southwest Research Way and the acquisition. Oh, sorry, I didn't change it. Thank you. Which is really exciting. And that's the Children and Family Services building. That's really exciting. It's going to be right out our window. It's been a huge partnership, but there's been a tremendous amount of deadlines. We are still waiting from Salem, which I can give you a quick legislative update at the end of this meeting, but because the county administrator is a registered lobbyist, as you know, that we work on. And we have some really, really important projects that are going up that we're waiting on in this month in the short legislative session. And this is one of our projects, and we are laser focused, ready to move if any of us have to go up to Salem to make sure this gets across the finish line. The McBee campground acquisition that we rushed through it near the end of the year. We're really, really excited about that project, what it's going to be, what it's going to look at. And it's just going to provide a lot more recreational space. You've been supportive of it, but once again, it's an accomplishment. This takes time, work, effort, laser focus, leadership. We had an ice storm, as you know, in January. And I have some emergency management background. You have a great emergency management team. We are learning lessons learned. We are still not done with with the damage assessments, but we have a pretty hardcore, about a $1.8 million reimbursement that we're asking. Lessons learned for me from an organizational standpoint, what I learned internally, externally, how folks behave, how employees are notified if they're coming in and out of work, how our facilities are managed through this particular incident, but then other instances. And once again, planning for future emergencies, training our staff to focus entirely on the emergency at hand. And, we will be reporting back up to you on the ice storm as the numbers are fully finalized. And once again, we're really almost going to reenact the entire storm to really look at what worked and what didn't work. And nothing's ever perfect, but in general, I'm very pleased by your team that's been in place. They're doing a great job. So we have the Disposable Site Advisory Committee. We've already talked about that in this takes some work. There's been a lot of engagement with former members, future members, what the employees are looking for, hiring to a DSAC coordinator, solid waste coordinator. We're happy to say we do have an individual who has accepted that position. The chair was able to also meet with him. I don't know if the two of you were able to meet with him, but he will be starting on. He's very experienced, he's mature, he's from the school district. And we wanted to have that asset in place before we brought the revised bylaws to you. The revised bylaws will be brought to you this month. New members will be appointed to the position. So that is a moving project that the board is very focused on, and it's taken a lot of coordination within our departments, the community, and making sure that a lot of people have had input on what the Disposal Site Advisory Committee's roles are and how we're going to move forward. Facilities assessment and planning. You did get a report today from Paul. it continues to be a work in progress. Again, I kind of talked a little bit about the public facing review and expected deadlines and when projects are landing and when there are delays. I still feel like that communication and notification could be tightened up. It's hard to build things in Oregon. It's hard to build things in Benton County. We have delays, we have permitting, and we're frustrated because a lot of us want to see these wonderful buildings being built. I'm really, of course, laser focused on how this affects the workforce, how people are working today. We had a meeting with the whole management team about telecommuting, what's working, what's not working within their individual issues. We have sustainability goals. We have goals of wanting EV infrastructure implanted in our facilities. But really, we need to know who is going to use it. Is it available to the public? Once again, those are things that in the facilities assessment and planning that we really want to be able to roll out. So I call it restacking the workplace space. That's going to take some work, and that is also most likely going to be worked also with an outside consultant, because again, we have capacity issues all across the gamut in county. Next, I take the next slide, and that's it. Once again, we went to DC. It was really, I thought, some really thoughtful conversations. I think we were really strong on our asks as far as appropriations. We got a lot of on the job training at the conference. I think I discussed a little bit earlier in the meeting. I carried it's like a county administrator track, the learning track. It's a very small group. And then I would definitely say AOC was a huge resource to go to. Lots of talk about broadband, rural broadband, and lots of conversations about obviously emergency response, FEMA reimbursement. And then they also were talking about some major themes was our ARPA funding, how as it's scaling down, will there be an extension? So every county is so different though. So even in working with county administrators across the land, you could say, some of them had huge counties, and then there were smaller counties. And I would say we were on the smaller county level as far as what we received in ARPA and what we do with it. But I will say, I think we have a pretty strong strategy, and I don't think there's going to be a lot of money left on the table. I think we will spend our ARPA money, and I think because it was set up and governed closely. But I do see that some of them are very nervous that that money will get clawed back by the federal government. Because if you don't spend your ARPA money, that's the deal, right? They can claw it back. So some of them are already talking about trying to get a group of folks together to advocate to, the Senate and the House to work some language in to have a little bit more time to close these projects.
What's the current deadline?
The deadline is December 31st.
Oh.
And just so you guys know, I believe Rick asked for the beginning of April, and he'll give you an update on what money's left, if there is some. And if that happens, then decisions will be made. He doesn't feel that there will be some, but there'll be opportunities for you to be able to weigh in on those options. And as you know, a lot of our new construction projects are, because of delays and of expenses, they're going up. So will ARPA fill some of those groups? So every time there's a delay, it is sucking up some of our areas that we can work on. This year we're going to be paying our employees more, and that's a cost. So we're going to have big chunks of money and priorities that we will or have to make a decision on. And one of our biggest priorities is our people. And then we have this very ambitious capital plan. But once again, if we have to, and we have to make decisions, maybe these projects will get a little smaller, right? And sometimes those are decisions that we will have to look at, right? So, and that's my updates. Talks about priorities or?
I have some comments, or did you?
Please, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that to us in such a succinct, straightforward manner. I appreciate that. You mentioned the compensation study, and again, I just want to give thanks to HR and think it was Chip Polito. I don't know if
Yeah.
I'm pronouncing that the right way, but I just really appreciate their skills that they've brought to the county. And I appreciate everybody's work on that. That's great. I'm happy to hear about the DE&I stuff. I've been thinking about that lately. I mean, you brought up the issue of just having somebody that feels like they have a meaningful job, and that they're making a difference, and you know, what, we were talking about advisory boards earlier, like what work are we giving them, you know? And so I've been really trying to think of, do we look at this as, or one part of it that I feel like is missing is like a regional view of DE&I, like if there are regional, you know, indicators or trends that could possibly help us identify stuff that we could be doing better in our organization. And maybe, you know, talking with the city of Corvallis and Oregon State University and the school district, and at least having conversations to see what everybody is doing.
I think that Sarah was here. She was meeting regularly with colleagues at some of the other organizations. And personally, my feeling is that she didn't have enough guidance in terms of what she had to do. She had so many projects and there's so much that needed to be done. That she didn't know what to do first. And the language issues and the language contracts, both with Johan and with Sarah, took over their time and it really displaced the other work. But one of the things that initially it was envisioned when we created that position was to do an internal diversity, equity, and inclusion assessment to determine, you know, to look at both our people and our processes and our community engagement, how we do it. And I've had the good fortune since then to see into quite closely the Council of Governments at CSC assessments. And I think that, you know, we could use that kind of information to then target the work of someone. And it can't be the work of one person. And that's the other piece. It needs to be, she or he needs to be embedded, or they need to be embedded in a team. And that team has to be empowered and work with leadership to make change. And I feel that we bear some responsibility for not making the authority of that person clear enough and giving them a clear enough job.
I think that's fair to throw on you as a response, you know, because I think that because EDI is changing so quickly and rapidly, there's only so many lanes that you can chew off. Like, so for example, you want to be a workplace that's including EDI. We have some massive issues with the equity hiring legislation that exists at the state level, which really doesn't get us to recruit to those who are from different backgrounds because they started school later or they didn't have the opportunities of the good internships. And we are locked in on some issues that we need to be advocated up on the state level. But at the same time, how do we continue to move that, right? And so that's a challenge. And I don't know if one EDI coordinator can do that. There are EDI coordinators at Lynn County Community College and in Benton. You know, we have one at the university, and I met with some of the leaders of those organizations, and they struggle to hold on to that individual because it keeps changing and evolving, right? So, you know, so I don't know if it's one person's, you know.
I think that, this is a issue I've spent quite a lot of time on, not only here, but at a couple of the other organizations where I'm on boards. And some do it better than others. I don't think that it's that EDI is changing. I think that it is a matter of choosing what our values are and what we're going to bite off first. There's so much work to be done in this issue area. It's just a matter of clarity of purpose and prioritization. And I think that's where what I'm hoping that an outside consultant can help us with is a review of the work to be done and then helping us to phase it. And helping us to determine what the best structure is to get it done. Rather than putting it on the shoulders of one person that doesn't have the authority.
Or the direction. Yeah, we want to be successful.
Or a budget.
Or a budget, yeah. So we need to know what we're doing. We need to know what needs to be done.
Right.
Yeah. And I think, you know, part of our county administrator changed. It's like Joe left and then we had Suzanne. It's just like so much change.
Yeah, we lost 6 months at least.
And that's the issue, why you need an assistant, because there's too many direct reports. So you can only give so many, so much time.
Yep.
And then would only be through the county administrator.
Yep.
That's not, yeah.
So the other thing you mentioned, were you had any more comments on that? The other thing you mentioned that I wanted to talk about a little bit was the McPhee campground. Once again, I'm, glad that we're moving forward with that. It all kind of happened so fast. There was an email string and I can't remember if the other commissioners were on it, but someone from the Parks Board, or not someone, Phil Hayes, had said, I saw some negative comments on Facebook and I had seen them too. And I did mention it to Corey. And he said, he asked some good high level questions that might be good to figure out why people are feeling this way. And I think the hope that I think we are going to still be doing public outreach and input and all that. But I think our staff responded saying, oh, no, it's fine. Sometimes some people just be grouchy no matter what. It's government, but it's great. Everything's good. Kind of like the message I felt was, oh, no, we don't need to worry about that. That's not actually happening. Everything's fine.
Got it.
So I went back and I took screenshots and there are some good comments, such a great place to camp. Sites are huge. You could reserve them for free, but guessing that won't be the case anymore. Many comments about it probably won't be free. It probably won't be free. And I understand, whereas someone who camps there every year, sometimes multiple times a year, I understand where many of these people are coming from. And I just wanted to bring it up again. I've said it before, but I think it's easy to look at this as what a diamond in the rough. We could really polish that up and turn it into something great. And that's probably true, but it's also true that there are people out there that feel like it already is a diamond just the way it is.
Right.
So that's something we're gonna have to wrestle with. And obviously I'm biased. I like it the way it is.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try to temper my own bias as we move forward with the project, but
So let me ask you as a user, just a mom with a couple kids who use it. Would you like nicer bathrooms? Would you like a little bit of an upgrade in the wooden structure, or do you love the shabbiness of?
I feel like those bathrooms are horrible. They are disgusting, right? But to me, I'll be honest, it's better than completely dispersed camping with no facilities where you just dig a hole. So for me, I'd rather have that than nothing. Also, for me selfishly, I feel like not very many people are willing to put up with bathrooms like that. So it keeps some people away and makes it easier to get a reservation there. I'm just being honest, okay?
From an access and inclusion standpoint, that's not a good idea, right?
I mean, but we already have, I know, but also, so there's a whole bunch of land in there that is just dispersed camping and you can go, you can camp for up to 2 weeks or 21 days, 2 weeks, and then you have to move to so many miles away for 21 days anyway. And there's not talk about, well, that's not ADA. I don't know. So now, yes, now that the county owns it, we do want to be cognizant of ADA and inclusion and all that stuff.
And a consistent with the quality of the campgrounds that we are going to be connected to, right?
See, that's the thing.
Right, yeah.
I don't know. And some probably other people who are used to it the way that it is. I can't speak for everybody, obviously, right? So I'll speak for myself. It's different than Salmonberry. It's different than Alsea Falls campground down the way. You don't get 20 RVs parked in 100 feet or just boom, 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 boom. You can have your tent and have a little bit of privacy and not have another tent from you 5 feet away. I like Salmonberry. There's reasons we go there. But my kids will sit there and watch TV through an RV window. I'm just like, stop it, like go play, So it's just, it's just a different kind of camping, right? Like, I think we should definitely have facilities for people who prefer RVs and glamping and showers. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a campground that doesn't have showers. If you want, showers, go.
Yeah, I think we need to decide the level of service. I would agree with you and non-powered camping is the way that that campground functions now. And it's a wonderful place because it's such a respite from generators. So I think that's the kind of discussion we need to have,
What is it going to look like?
Yeah, what's the character going to be? And there's room for different kinds of camping along the spectrum of services.
Yes.
And I just want to make sure that what we provide is safe and has sanitary conditions regardless of where it is on that continuum.
Yeah.
So, but yes, I agree. We need to have the discussion and not just charge ahead.
Yeah. And and my main point, I think, is that I think we need to be cognizant that people will have all sorts of feelings about it and not just kind of not just, sweep them aside and discount what they're saying. I think we need to take people seriously. So that's all
I think it's
I
fair.
want to say about that.
Well, the other part of that though is, the previous owner is done. I mean, it had, been there for a long time and, couldn't handle reservations or just didn't want the ownership, and so it's a little bit, well, been run down, new ownership. What are our responsibilities to the community?
Well, I can just tell you from now, the report is the commitment to bathrooms. And I think like that's a definitely value, but I think the community engagement is super fun. We're talking about Nick Bait campgrounds. You been update for us?
Yes. I thought I didn't realize you guys were still.
We're still going, yeah.
And I wanted to take advantage of the fact that you were still hearing. I think I may have already reported that tomorrow is a legislative hearing for us to go in front of, we can go in front of the Ways and Means Committee to support the OJD request for additional bond support for the courthouse. And I know that many of us are doing a variety of things, but suggested by CFM that we might have a letter of support that would go. And so I know that sometimes to get those that you have to collectively approve that. So I thought I would come in and check to see if that's something I'm happy to draft it.
Yeah, okay.
But I wanted to at least get authorization so that you all can sign it and sign it.
And I believe the board, we have a meeting here till at four, so we have time today to.
But wait, I still need to read the packet for our meeting at 4.
Yeah.
And this is scheduled 3, so I mean, I would like a break in between the meetings.
Yes, and that was the intent. We are already in about an hour over.
Nancy, I'm very
Yeah.
excited.
But I think we all support the funds to complete the courthouse, and I would happily entertain a motion to support, to put together a board letter of support for the funding.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor signify with an eye.
Aye.
Aye. Got your marching orders.
Thank you very much. I will go draft the letter.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rick.
Do you want to repeat that for Amanda?
No, that was good.
You got it. Okay.
Do you want to move on just to your updates so we can,
Yeah.
unless you have anything else for me?
In terms of priorities, the only other thing I know that was on the priorities list for Joe was this notion of strategic planning at the county level.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that that is basically a secondary goal after getting an assistant county administrator
Yeah.
on board.
Can't align strategic goals until you.
Nope.
Right.
Not until you have the capacity
And are you talking about strategic goals just for the county administrator or for the whole
for the
organization?
organization.
Okay, so that'll take, yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, that was when Joe was thinking he was going to be here, he was thinking that yes, that he could just roll that into that this biennium, but I frankly don't see that as being a realistic proposition at this point in time. If we can start it, maybe, but
Right.
yeah.
Right.
And the other one was the boards and committees, and we already started on that work. We got a good start today. Thank you.
We have, the conversation has begun and we have to tighten those up.
I do have a question for you on that. Have you told Nancy and Pat that there's discussion about shifting responsibility for boards and committees from council?
So the council has recommended that he does not, that the Board of Commissioners, someone in the Board of Commissioners, more as part of this conversation. That they don't feel like the council's office should handle any part of the.
I agree with that. Well,
It agrees with it, but I think that's why I gotta push back on my team right here, the BOC team. Like, we're fried, like, we are at we're here, you know what I mean? Like, as far as being able to, we don't write bylaws. You know, I mean,
That
I
would
don't
always
have,
be council's role.
yeah, right. So I mean, I think we should have a meeting about how this would work. My understanding is it used to? It used to be in the board, Johnny was the one who actually said, no, we used to track them. And since you guys are the appointing authority for so many of these boards, of course, we help with your work as well. So I just think we had a workshop a little bit of like what it is, because I just don't want my team to get caught in like, I mean, there wasn't a quorum and you guys didn't advertise for, new board members. How did you not know this? Like, that cooperation with the director, right?
I very much appreciate that. I think in my mind, it's whatever department that board is under, whatever department staffs that board, I feel like should be the one that is responsible for
Recruiting?
not recruiting, notifying like of the
When
meetings.
there's a vacancy.
Well, I mean, like the day-to-day stuff, like there's a meeting, we're gonna put out the public notice of.
Oh,
there's a
that,
meeting.
Sure.
We're
Yeah.
gonna, yeah,
Absolutely.
And we're already doing that with our PIO team. We're already
Yeah.
doing that we are doing pieces of it. I just want to workshop it, not just, here's another task.
Yeah, no.
Book of business, right?
I want to say too, that in terms of the past, the reason it was,
Now, Joe told Vance no, just so you know. He gave him a hard no and he just said,
oh, that's very interesting. And
so it
because
was announced to me that this is gonna be it. So this is why I gotta collaborate. You
absolutely.
guys have 2 employees, me and Vance, okay?
Yeah.
So,
Um, And my biggest beef was that there was lack of coordination and there was accountability for appointments and bylaws, and there was no accountability for staffing.
Right.
And that lack of interaction was really problematic.
Right.
Because you could write fine bylaws, but if there's no staff capacity to implement them, then they're meaningless. And that's what's happened. So we need alignment. And then the other piece of it historically is that Teresa was working 50% time for the Board of Commissioners and 50% time for Vance. And the appointments piece, it was never really very clear whether that fell under her Vance time bucket or whether that fell under the board time bucket. And so.
but it didn't really matter because it's the same person.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so now that it's Vance's 50%, it includes that bucket. I think it soaks up quite a bit of Teresa's time, and that's where he's pushing back. But I think you're right. It needs to be workshopped. It needs to be thought out.
Right. And then just like just a small piece, not very exciting for the viewers, but we are going to be, building out a couple of workstations for the assistant county administrator and another individual. And I don't believe a part-time employee should get a full staff with a door. And so that's going to be some friction, and I'm going to be looking for your support on that. Okay. You can push back and tell me.
Say that, I'm good.
I think a full-time employee should have with the door as opposed to someone who's just working part-time.
Well,
I understand what you're saying.
and maybe that was office size, but there's some chart that says if you're at this level, you get,
Yeah.
I remember Board of Commissioners and 294 square feet.
It is strange. Yeah, there is an actual square footage.
Working with the LR, we worked to standardize that so that there would again be more equity across the organization.
Right,
So that might be helpful for this.
right.
um,
Paul showed me that document.
Okay.
Yes, he did, but you guys have a certain square footage?
Yep.
And then and when you talk about employee stacking and all of that,
Right,
DLR did do kind of a mini assessment when we moved into this building. So
Yeah.
making sure you have whatever they put together
Yeah.
at the time is going to be important too.
right. And that's gonna be important when we do the whole restacking.
Right, that's
With
what
everything, like,
yeah.
yes, we may have a part-time psychiatrist in Children and Family Services, but he's a psychiatrist. He needs a room.
And he's
At
part
the door, it
HIPAA,
puts his files and
Yeah.
like, I do understand the importance if you have a job, because we do have a lot of professionals across the gamut who doctors and things like that who need like a space, but they may not be a full-time employee, right? So,
In my opinion, I think this should be an ongoing conversation. Our county council is not here to be part of this conversation at the moment, and I think that's giving it. We're hearing one side, and you guys are both our employees.
Yeah.
So I think we need to have conversations with both of you. We're all together.
oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, no, absolutely. And, ultimately, like, that's exactly it. If we're shifting the board, responsibilities to a BOC staff member, you know, that is someone's time, our time, that we're gonna have to prioritize and be on if we want to be successful with this. If we don't, then we'll do the best we can, but we're gonna make mistakes, right?
Sure, and there's just I have a lot of opinions on this, and I just don't think we have time today to.
Yep, no,
Yeah, today's
Can't
probably
we
not
just
the
do a
time.
record goal setting meeting?
yeah, no, this was a very good start to the conversation. And I just wanted to highlight the fact that there is discussion about where the whole function belongs.
Yeah.
Okay. And we don't have any other routine updates. You've given us an awful lot today already, so there's nothing
Routine.
more. Yeah. Okay,
How many candidates are we
You will
interviewing?
interview 3 candidates
Okay.
tomorrow.
And, decision timetable.
Well, I think then the next process is you do like a little bit of a background check and references and things like that. So that would probably be it. But I just wanted you, one of the reasons I gave you one of those slides is that think about that project manager, the capacity of the organization, what you feel will be needed, and you'll see that all 3 of them provide very different skill sets. So lots of direction.
okay. I don't know if we already have in our email background information on each candidate.
Their resumes?
I have not received any email. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
I just haven't had a
It
chance to look at my email
in
today.
defense of Maura, like a candidate was in and then, you know what I mean? So there's been a little bit of,
I have no problem with, I have no problem.
No, I actually thought we would have a little bit of a break.
into the process. Yeah.
I'll get that.
I did want to mention though that my schedule for tomorrow. I don't, I've been out of town, so maybe I missed emails that said, hey, Nancy, these are being scheduled. Just want to let you know before you just open up your calendar and see it there. So maybe those emails are sent, or maybe it was just added in.
I think there was an email yesterday.
Okay, I did check my email yet. Okay.
I got something last week, of
Okay.
something at 9:30 and.
Okay,
then
so I
at
probably
3
just missed an
o'clock.
email. I'm supposed to meet, I rescheduled with the DA so my first one overlaps with my meeting with the DA. And then goes right up against my meeting with the Historic Courthouse Advisory Committee, which is, I do have to drive to. And then the second one is right after it. So again, I have to drive back from the courthouse to here. And then the one in the afternoon is fine, but just the ones that got scheduled in the morning, I'm not sure why that. It's like that.
Okay.
I don't think that works for me.
I know Mariah was working really hard to fit these in our schedules, so. Also, we can shuffle things around. My schedule's really tight tomorrow too.
There's also an opportunity for teams or something like that if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, I get tough scheduling and stuff, so, like I mentioned earlier, the Historic Courthouse Advisory Committee, they scheduled it Friday morning because I think the assumption is. Well, people have a light day on Friday, but it has come to it's my belief now that everybody thinks that Fridays are light, so now it's like. I just get tons of conflicting stuff scheduled. And I have made a commitment to be the liaison to that, and I feel like. I hardly ever get to go, and it's really important,
Right.
so. But we can work at the scheduling stuff, after the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, AOC is active on some Fridays. At least.
Yeah.
once a month.
Right,
During the
yeah.
month,
Yeah,
but at least 2 steering committee meetings.
So Pat, do you have any updates for us? What, the things that happened here while we were gone?
Signed a lot of papers.
Yes.
The parties we had.
Wrist out.
Gary Pond, I think once again was a good guide through this process, and he met me at Tycor yesterday, just if there were any questions or being thorough. Exciting news. Last Friday, statewide NPOs met, and I am now vice of the chair, president of the group, which means I'll be chair next year.
And more meetings.
No, maybe not. I don't think it's onerous. The advantage I see is just being more involved in developing the agenda. So what did I, and no, probably a little more work, but I don't think more meetings. This is a
Good.
fairly well organized group, even though it meets every 2.5 months or 5 meetings a year. So that,
Congratulations.
well, it wasn't really contested. And the chair is Steve Moe from the Springfield area. And, he's well informed. This group can talk about transportation issues and both at home and statewide. There's quite a bit of discussion about the 2025 legislative session, and there will be a new transportation package, probably with more emphasis on maintaining what we currently have, because last time it was almost entirely shiny new projects, which is great. Van Buren Street Bridge and safety improvements on Highway 20 came out of that. But maintaining what we already have is slipping. And I think there's realization that, okay, we've neglected that, kind of, let's catch up. And there will be a transportation committee roadshow going around the state, getting information. And I don't have the dates with me, but there will be a Mid-Willamette Valley meeting. Was Woodburn or Albany? And it's kind of interesting. Well, that's not the same. Same thing, but so gathering information and trying to figure out where the common grounds are as far as people's priorities, and so that stay tuned. But that's potentially a big deal. I don't know if our very expensive overpass on the railroad on 53rd might fit in. But and a lot of concern on Philomath Boulevard as you get from 53rd in towards town, and congestion. There's been talk for since I've been on the board of smart signals on there's a heavy truck that just let's keep the light green so that they don't have to stop. And
It would be very helpful.
so I don't know if it's a good thing or bad thing, but Savannah Crawford, who was our ODOT regional person, maybe she was area and now she's regional and has 5 or 6 counties, but is quite familiar with this area. And I'm trying to schedule a meeting with her to go over some priorities. So I may come back if I remember something else, but
Thank you.
those are the highlights. And I'm happy to say, I think in Rick Krager's, he's gone, he was disturbed once. So he was trying to ignore his job and was pretty successful.
Good.
Kept thinking, well, we're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. And, I think the one thing that hit was the South Corvallis person complaining
Yeah.
about how ARPA, how we spent our ARPA dollars. I'm amazed how one, concern complaint
Okay.
spreads throughout the organization and
That makes sense now, because I saw, I got a private message like through Facebook from someone I know who lives in Albany that was like, hey, can you tell me how you guys use that? Like, and I was like, this is kind of out of the blue.
It was not only one person, but one person who's also active with the Health Equity Alliance. So the Health Equity Alliance has been engaged as well. And they have very broad network across the Tri-County area.
Okay.
But they are, Tri-County now. So it's yeah. And they've reached high and low. I reached out to our congressional delegation and
Well,
DAS and
Sherry Brubaker from
Yep.
Val Hoyle's office actually
Yep.
alerted us to this concern.
yeah, it started with the food hub and it's been going for a couple of weeks now.
Okay.
But as of Tuesday night, Senator Gelser was fine with how that was handled.
Good.
Right, Samaritan Awards is tonight.
In Philomath,
Yes,
wasn't even on my calendar.
unless it's just wrong on my calendar. Let's
I
see.
don't think that's right. I hope it's not right.
Oh, wait, sorry, maybe it's, no, wait, I have it as save the date of Samaritan Awards.
We better find out about
Twenty
that.
twenty-four Philomath Samaritan Awards will be held on Thursday, February 15th,
Wow,
6:30. So did we not buy a table this year?
we must
or-
not have. I never remember even hearing about it.
I remember an email a month ago but
I mean,
it
this,
definitely isn't on my calendar. And no follow-up from them.
yeah. Maybe they had like Joe's address, email or something, or,
I usually pick up on it by reading the Philomath Chamber notices. And I haven't
I
seen
didn't see
anything,
it through there either.
so.
Columbus News should have something.
Awards 2024. I mean, unless something happened, let's see. News about it. Yeah, three things: Samaritan Awards, National Anthem, and basketball honor. Philomath News. Samaritan Awards are coming, and basketball teams, let's see. Oh, according to Brad. I don't know.
Today, 6:30.
So also the Democrats meeting is tonight. So there's another conflict. And I am so tired because I've not slept like it all week. So yeah, I just was gonna see if anyone was going.
I generally do. Something got slipped through the cracks.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Because the email I remember approximately a month ago. And
This email might even been from before that because at the top it says submit your. It was talking about,
Nominations.
yeah, by January 31st. Oh, that was last month.
So, can anyone make it?
If not, I mean, and last year we were coming home from Washington DC.
Last year I was there,
You were, okay. And we had bought a table and you said like it was.
I was the only
great.
one.
Yeah.
and so I just invited others to just join me at the table. Yeah, but I was the only one that went. Because you guys had just come back from Washington.
We were still on the plane, I think.
You were still on the plane.
Yeah.
That's right. So be nice if we had someone there. I'm just
Yeah, I don't
a
think I
little
can,
too wiped out.
yeah. So if not, I mean, I might just
Not be there. But if we're not going to be there, it would probably be a good idea to reach out to Chaz and to Chris and say, hey,
Sure. Yeah. Sorry.
can you do that?
Sure.
Thank you. In the past, they've also been really good about reaching out and inviting us and reminding us for things like that.
I know. So it's just, yeah.
Um, Okay, thank you for bringing that up.
Yes.
Maybe new staffing and something gets lost. in-
Yeah.
Well, they did have changeover at the chambers in terms of staffing.
Yeah, yeah.
And so I think that's part of it.
And I didn't go this last meeting because we had some other scheduled
Yep.
thing and, or no, it's today, actually. I think they're doing this
The
today.
luncheon
Their lunch
today?
is today, yeah. And last year we had, or last month we had something else too. Okay, so Samaritan words, and then my other question was, we had an email from AOC asking for action, maybe you guys already took care of this when I was out, but urge legislators to fund critical community corrections programs.
I did not take action on that partly because I know that one of the leaders for the push is Dan Rayfield.
Okay,
And he spoke to that at our legislative breakfast, and when I spoke to him one-on-one, he mentioned it to me. So I didn't feel like our legislators particularly needed additional push on that.
okay,
So, yeah,
good.
thought about it.
Delete this email then that I've had open for a little while. Okay.
I don't know if it's too late. If we could,
I didn't have a date on it,
Yeah.
but. Yeah, I don't know.
I saw that and wasn't familiar with the background and
yeah, I can reach out to Jen at AOC and find out if it's too late. and-
Okay. Well, if Dan already, yeah. it's supported by
Yeah.
then. Yeah,
That's
unless
my
my
feeling.
unless he wants to say all these counties support it, so,
Yeah.
you know. I think that's all I have. Unless there's anything else anyone wants to know.
I think so. And for me, between my time on vacation and AOC, NACO, I have not been here for local meetings other than getting completely caught up in the food discussions there for a couple of days. So, but everything is continuing, staying the course, and I'm happy to hear that. I would say that with respect to the Food Hub grant documents, and not between the county and the city, but between the city and the implementer, it's a little confusing because the scope of work was written to run through June 30, because that was when the original deadline for the funds was. And yet it has been extended to December 31st, and the work plan doesn't reflect that. And so as an outside party trying to help figure out what's going on and how this was being implemented, it was a little confusing. But I know that Rick is meeting with Chris Jacobs next week. And I think that there's going to be some more conversation about some of the mechanics. So that'll help.
is he the chamber ED or?
Chris Jacobs is the Economic Development Office. Yeah,
It didn't help. the
not
chamber.
Christine. Chris and Christine is a little confusing.
Mhm.
I think she goes by Christy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Chris and Christy.
Okay.
Which may be why someone was calling you Christina. I don't know.
No, that was just my husband.
Well, I did think of a couple additional items, the town hall, it was scheduled for noon last Tuesday was,
Canceled.
I was pretty sure they voted, 5:30 Sunday morning, 5:30 after working apparently all weekend. I was, I don't think he's gonna make the Tuesday town
No.
hall. So that's gonna be rescheduled, which might be tough because I don't know if he has a schedule already and, anyway.
Both he and Wyden had town halls scheduled, and it came up in our meetings with their staff.
And then, February 5th, not too long ago, week and a half, AOC had their usual legislative committee meeting, board meeting. And then at 4:00, their annual open house for, that was the first day of the legislative session, invite legislators and other people that are involved in state government to open house, and it was very well attended. AOC has offices on 2 floors and they had the event on 2 floors and it was a nice opportunity, modest amount of legislators attending, but there was at least 6 or 8. And I saw the DLR guy there and could talk to him a little bit about the courthouse. And so you never know who's going to show up, but I think that's, and I mentioned to Rachel that if I had been thinking, I would have seen if that fit her calendar, because it's a nice opportunity for networking and seeing AOC in action.
Gina said that in their internal debriefing afterwards that they were really pleased with the turnout and that they'd like to make it an annual event on the first day of the session. That timing was particularly good.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Well, and the first day, normally they wouldn't have committee meetings that night or, you know, 6 other competing
Yeah.
events, maybe only 2 or 3 other competing events. The state fair group had a similar meeting that evening.
Oh, reception.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I think we're done with updates.
Yeah, unless we want to mention, I mean, I really do want to get out of this meeting, but also should we mention our recap of DC a little bit or?
In this meeting?
We could do that and then we'll just into our final item of business because we do have one
Yeah.
business item to conclude.
You want me to do it?
Or just, I mean, we met with
Sure.
our federal delegations, we met with Val Hoyle, met with Merkley and Wyden staff. I think that went well. Some of the feedback we got was having to do with the courthouse funding request, just making
Historic
sure.
courthouse.
Historic courthouse, yes, funding request, just making sure that we are more detailed with exactly what our ask is, which I agree with. 'cause I
It's
was
like, what is the
confused.
plan?
Yeah.
They were like,
Yeah,
what
it
are
was
you
too
asking for money for,
Right,
right?
and I was like, oh.
Yeah.
It was too general, squishy.
Yeah, and then there was, I think she said one other thing too.
The other item that she mentioned was that with respect to the Jackson Fraser work, we really should be highlighting the fact that the wetland is in a low income neighborhood that is high diversity neighborhood and that it will connect that neighborhood eventually, when the long-term plan is realized, to other recreation opportunities and to healthcare. So.
Mhm. And I think it's important to note that in the House, they're only allowed to generate, the Senate is allowed to put in all the appropriation requests, which they will forward all Benton County appropriations requests. But the House member can only submit
12, I think they said.
12 for their whole area that they are representing. So that doesn't necessarily, the Benton County for federal priorities would be funded on that level. However, there's so much chaos in the House. There's so much uncertainty, especially for a minority member in the lower, in a different party that they'll even get to making appropriation asks.
Yeah.
So it is fairly frustrating, I think, for House members in general, whether you're Republican or Democrat, it doesn't really matter, just because there's been just so much disruption on the priorities. So we were told, I mean, that's unfortunately, the Senate's a little quieter. So, but in the House, it's difficult, I think, for any House member to navigate what they're gonna be able to do, right? So we don't know where those priorities are gonna be because we're still waiting on last year. So-
Yep, still waiting for the appropriations
Well,
process to conclude.
I
for
think the
2024.
appropriations that we got last time were cut in half.
Right,
And apparently, or ours were, I think the radio was a $2 million ask and we got less than $1 million and then put the other half back in. But I remember hearing something about, oh, you did good in getting 50%. So, I mean,
We got some very positive feedback from Merkley staff about how thorough and organized our applications were. And that they made it very easy for them to just pass our recommendations or requests onto the appropriations committee staff. Whereas for a lot of other counties, they have a lot more handholding to do and they don't end up passing them on because. So kudos to our team.
Yeah, and yep, what that tells me is that CFM is money well spent. They are doing their job, and also Rick Krager and his staff. And
Oh.
our other county staff are just rock stars, so.
Yep. We have it covered. We have the electeds, we have the chiefs of staff talking to the chiefs of staff, and we've got our government relations team, and I think we're all speaking the same language and making the same asks. So they were
That's
happy.
important, yeah.
Yeah, it really is.
Versus every
And-
player asking something different.
And both commissioners were
Yeah.
very sync in the asks as well. So, we felt really good about it. I think that they felt very good about it, and everybody had a pre-existing relationship and remembered the work that you, Pat, and Nancy did last year. They knew what we asked last year, reminded them, we thanked them. Yep.
Yep, so.
Well,
good.
and
Yeah.
that shows a short, consistent message. I mean, they get bombarded with all kinds of proposals and ideas and make it simple.
And it acknowledges that it was money well spent to go to this conference because it is a training ground. It gives you a lot of information what other counties are doing. But it also is I think when you go to Washington and sit in their seats there, it has a much, no offense to the district staff, but most district staff work on constituent issues. And the legislative staff really is the one that's trying to work through the budgets.
And the substantive issues of
Right,
law.
and they're not here, they're not living here, so.
Well, I think of how our legislative effort has improved. First one I remember, Genevieve did a spreadsheet of bills and, oh, that's nice. And we didn't really, we weren't well enough organized as, well, I'll take that one and, ignore these six because we don't have the horsepower to advance them. But not very many years, we've made tremendous strides.
Yep.
And it's paying off. And a lot of these are investments. You make the ask here and and
Yep,
3 years
absolutely.
later, it comes to fruition.
Like a plant, you have to water it and tend it.
Mhm.
Well, I'm going to move us on to new business. We have before us the invoice from the Association of Oregon Counties for 2024 membership renewal, and we need to approve it.
And then do we want to pay the extra dues for CTFLA or not, right? Is that
Yeah. That's Kelly. Which one is that? That's
the Council on
Forest Trust
Trust
Lands.
Lands?
And is it part or just one part? I don't have,
There's
It's
one,
on the
so I
last
want,
page.
I don't know, I think
pack it open.
I historically, since I've been a commissioner, have been attending those meetings when I am available and going to the 7 a.m. in-person meeting and voting there.
So
I
last
want-
year, we paid the dues, but we did not pay the special voluntary assessment.
And I would be okay to do it that way again as well.
Sounds fine.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move to, you don't have the motion up to you, Pat? Okay, I
Approve the invoice, but omit the special voluntary assessment for CFTLC
In the amount of,
in the amount of $684.16.
so moved.
Second.
All in favor signify with an eye.
I
Aye. Okay.
let me handle that.
And I will just say it's a sum, but just for how, I mean, we saw this week how AOC is, I mean, they are just, they're very valuable. Just organizing things. And I mean, this isn't even their conference and they are like very valuable partners there. So,
They make it,
yeah.
they really facilitate us being able to be as effective as possible at the
Yes.
meeting and that, yeah.
across,
Because it's huge. It's a huge conference.
well, and across all of Oregon with all of the varied counties. I mean, Gina Nichols just is so,
Works for magic.
yes, yes, I'm very impressed. Okay, I'll stop talking.
I don't know if we have to. Are we done?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I will
I'm getting
adjourn,
like restless legs.
Yeah.
syndrome.
I will now adjourn this session.
Okay, record.